Good morning. It's 8:30. I'll call the meeting to order. We'll stand for the pledge, and Commissioner Schultz will give the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Dear God, as we approach the 250th anniversary of this country, look upon this place with your countenance. Give each of us here gathered your blessings, wisdom, and knowledge, that what we do and say would be pleasing in your sight. In your name we pray. Amen. Amen.
Okay, next item on the agenda is the consent agenda. Do we have any changes or corrections for that? Hearing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
We have a motion to approve the consent agenda. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. And that motion carries. Next item on the agenda is a special presentation. And for that, we have Kenny Smith, Director of Finney County EMS.
Good morning, Madam Chair, County Commissioners. Kenny Smith.
Morning.
Wow, this is really loud today. Finney County EMS. All right. Yeah. So the Board of County Commissioners is asked to consider and approve the proclamation recognizing June 28th, 2026 as the 50th anniversary of Finney County EMS Medical Services. On June 28, 2026, Finney County Emergency Medical Services will commemorate 50 years of service as a county-operated department. Since transitioning to the county or to county operation in 1976, Finney County EMS has provided emergency medical response and pre-hospital health care services to residents and visitors throughout Finney County. Over the past 5 decades, the department has evolved from small emergency response service into a professional emergency medical organization staffed by paramedics, advanced emergency medical technicians, and support personnel. The department now responds to thousands of calls annually and serves as a critical component of the county's public safety and healthcare infrastructure. This milestone provides an opportunity to recognize the contributions of current, former EMS personnel whose dedication, professionalism, and service have supported the health and safety of the community. The proclamation also acknowledges the continued importance of emergency medical services and the commitment of future EMS professionals who carry this mission forward. You have 2 alternatives before you. Alternative number 1, the Board of County Commissioners may approve the proclamation recognizing June 28, 2026 as the 50th anniversary date for Finney County EMS and encourage residents to recognize the past and present members of Finney County EMS for their service and dedication. Alternative number 2, the Board of County Commissioners may not approve the proclamation. The staff recommends alternative 1, the Board of County Commissioners may approve the proclamation recognizing June 28, 2026 as the 50th anniversary date for Finney County EMS and encourage residents to recognize the past and present members of Finney County EMS for their service and dedication.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions or comments? All right, hearing none, I'll entertain a motion on this one.
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the proclamation recognizing June 28, 2026 as the 50th anniversary date for Finney County EMS and encourage residents to recognize the past and present members of Finney County EMS for their service and dedication.
I would be honored to second that motion.
Very good. We do have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. And that motion carries. Excellent, and I'll read that proclamation. Whereas for 50 years, Finney County Emergency Medical Services has provided professional, compassionate, and life-saving emergency medical care to the residents and visitors of Finney County, and whereas since its founding in 1976, Finney County EMS has served as a critical component of the community's public safety and healthcare system, responding to emergencies with skill, dedication, and unwavering commitment. And whereas generations of paramedics, advanced emergency medical technicians, support staff, volunteers, and community partners have contributed to the success and growth of the organization, ensuring high-quality emergency medical services for all who live, work, and travel within Finney County. And whereas Finney County EMS personnel have demonstrated exceptional professionalism and courage while responding to medical emergencies, accidents, natural disasters, public health crises, and countless situations where lives depended upon their expertise and rapid response. And whereas the agency has continually adapted to advances in emergency medicine, training, technology, and community healthcare needs, maintaining the highest standards of service while strengthening public trust and confidence. And whereas the 50th anniversary of Finney County EMS provides an opportunity to reflect upon the agency's proud history, honor those who have served throughout its 5 decades of operation, and recognize its enduring contributions to the health, safety, and well-being of the community. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Finney County Board of County Commissioners hereby designates June 28th, 2026 as the 50th anniversary of Finney County EMS in Finney County, Kansas, and extend sincere appreciation to all past and present EMS professionals, support personnel, volunteers, and community partners whose dedication has made this milestone possible. In witness whereof, the Board of County Commissioners has hereunto set its hand this 15th day of June, 2026. Congratulations, well done, 50 years, that's awesome. We want a picture? All right, next on the agenda is public comment. And everybody who has public comment, I want to make sure that you signed in. And I have quite a few to read this morning as well.
Can I go first, Madam Chair?
Well, I would say that you probably should be allowed to go first.
I didn't sign
You're
in.
the senior.
Okay. Yeah, it's on. Most of the time, the emails and things I receive are complaints or they need something. But this is the one time that I got one that was congratulating our staff on their work and everything. So I thought, it's short. I just might read it and let everybody. As retiring executive director of Beef Empire Days, I want to take the opportunity to express our sincere gratitude to Stephanie Siebert and her entire crew at the fairgrounds. I have worked with them a number of years and have always received attention concerning interactions and service over and above what is expected. They've been so responsive to our individual needs and particularly with the venue. She says, I've worked with venues from Wichita throughout Southwest Kansas, and there is no finer group of people to work with. The board of directors wanted me to pass on how pleased we've been working with the fairgrounds crew and congratulate Finney County on the impression they make to renters of the Finney County Fairgrounds. So
Thank
it's
you.
nice to have
Yeah.
thank yous.
Yeah, it's good to hear. We know we have good people. I'm glad people are noticing that. Okay, I have Brittany Martin. Would you like to come up?
Good morning. Oh, Is it on? Good morning, County Commissioners and Chairwoman. So my name is Brittany Martin. Today I wanted to come because I seen that on the agenda, there's two things I wanted to talk about. One is on the agenda for the transient charter and restructuring. I was reading through it, and I don't have an opinion one way or another, but I did notice that there was a suggestion of creating a committee that would be a county-appointed destination committee, and that just brought me to, I guess, maybe a suggestion. I don't feel like the county, it's easy to see what committees the county has or who can be on those committees or how they're selected. Like, I don't know if it's just an invitation or if people apply to get on them. The city has like an application, and then you submit it, gets reviewed, you see who, is applying, how long they have to be on those committees. So that would just be like a suggestion that I think would be helpful for the public. And if there is a place, maybe I'm overseeing it, I don't know. But I couldn't find something like that. And so I think that more people would get involved if they knew how to join those committees. And so that was just a suggestion that I had. And then while I was here, I was like, well, let me talk about the other subject. So I went to Triple Oaks Open House, and I thought it was really good opportunity, especially for somebody like me that doesn't know a lot about that project or just anything, really. And so that's why I wanted to go. And I thought they did a really good job of having good information and answering questions. Like, I felt comfortable asking, and I know where to go in the future if I have more questions. So I'm glad that they, put that together, and if that was collaboration with you guys, that you guys suggested that as well, because I do feel like it was helpful. On their timeline that they had presented, it talked about, permits, and then after that, and I know it's contingent, everything, in their projects kind of contingent on different variables, but the next thing in their timeline was summer to fall, that they would start negotiations for donation agreement. So that would be around this time, if they are or not. And so something that I wanted to bring up, or to see if the commission would consider it while you guys are doing, if and when you guys are doing negotiations, is so I love K-State. I went to K-State, I'm alumni. I've heard that, K-State is wanting to have a brick and mortar, here, which I feel like would be great. I trust, K-State and research, and, if they said something, I would believe it. But my worry is, that I've heard that K-State could get, funding from this project to bring school, brick and mortar here, which I think would be good. But I just want to make sure the information received isn't like skewed so that we can get K-State here. And I don't think that would happen, because they have too much, here, too many, relationships, but I just thought I would throw that out there. And then another thing that I would like the commission to consider when negotiations is mental health services. Like, I just feel like there's a lot of people that might have anxiety, or just whatever the case is, not even just with this project, but with other, issues, that considering a donation towards mental health services would be great, and then also for it to be open and not just to one entity that provides mental health services, because there's a lot of independent mental health contractors or resources. So that's something else that I would like ask, if you guys would just take into consideration. So I know you guys have a busy job, and you guys do a lot and have a lot of variables to consider. So thank you for your time and, that you put into our county.
Thank you, Brittany. Next, we have Claudia Rivera. No? No? Okay. Neil Capata?
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I have prepared a statement here. Let's see. So, I'm a hotel owner in Finney County, and also a current member of Convention and Visitors Bureau I'm on the board, and I have served on the board on and off for many years. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today regarding the proposal to place the CVB under county management. I would first like to point out that the CVB is not funded by county property taxes. It is funded entirely through transient guest taxes paid by visitors staying in our hotels. Under Kansas law, those funds are intended to promote tourism, and bring visitors into our community. In simple terms, the purpose of those dollars is to put heads in beds and generate economic activity for Finney County. For the last 18 years, the CVB has operated independently while remaining accountable. The board consists primarily of hotel owners and operators who have a direct stake in the success of tourism and lodging in our community, along with respected community members. In addition, a county commissioner attends meetings and has visibility into the organization's activities. During that time, there have been no scandals or no misuse of funds and no audit concerns. If there had been problems, I would understand the need for a major structural change. But when an organization has been operating successfully, responsibly, and transparently for over a couple of decades, I believe there should be a clear and compelling reason before changing that structure. The CVB has helped increase tourism, support local events, attract sports teams and tournaments, promote Garden City and Finney County, and support local businesses throughout the community. The growth in the lodging tax collections over the years reflects increased visitor activity and economic impact. One of the strengths of the current model is that decisions are made by people who work directly in the tourism and hospitality industry, and every day the board understands what attracts visitors, what hotels needs, what events succeeds, and how tourism dollar can be used most effectively. I'm not here to argue against accountability. Accountability is important. Transparency is important. Oversight is important. My question is simple. What specific problem are we trying to solve? If there is a problem, let's identify it and address it. But if there is no demonstrated problem, then I respectfully believe we should be cautious about changing a system that has served our community well for many years. I respectfully ask the Commission to preserve the independence of the Convention and Visitors Bureau and allow it to continue doing what it was created to do: promote tourism, support local businesses, and bring visitors to the Finney County. There is one additional concern I would like to respectfully raise. I understand there has been a discussion about increasing the transient guest tax from 6% to 8%. As a hotel owner, I have concerns about that increase. If or when the lodging tax was increased from 4% to 6%, many of us, particularly independent and budget hotel operators, experienced pushback from guests who felt the total taxes and fees on their room bills were becoming excessive. Today, a visitor staying in a hotel room is already paying sales tax, lodging taxes, and in some cases, credit card processing fees. Depending on the property, the total can approach 20% of the room rate. Unlike larger destination markets, Garden City competes aggressively on value. Many of our guests are construction workers, business travelers, families, agricultural workers, and people
Neil, I'm sorry, you just have a few seconds left. Can you
Yes.
summarize?
who are price sensitive. Every increase matters. So I'll summarize it. I'm not opposed to discussing future needs. However, I believe any tax increase should be justified by clear tourism-related purposes, supported by data and demonstrated to provide a benefit that outweighs the burden placed on visitors and local lodging businesses. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Cant? Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Commissioners. So it's my first time talking in front of the Commissioners, but nice to meet you all. Thank you for giving me a
Adjust the
chance.
mic so-
Yep, yes, yeah. And thank you for giving me a chance to talk to over here. Me and my family have been in Garden City for about 18 years. We have 3 hotels in Garden City, 2 independent hotel and 1 franchise hotel. And as a Garden City resident for 18 years, I believe the hotels in Garden City are not ready for another increase in transit tax, especially with this current market conditions and the economy we have right now. 2026 has been very difficult year with rising cost and decrease in hotel, like the hotel revenue has gone down compared to 2025. We haven't seen that in a long time, like revenues going down compared to 2025. With the tax, with the transit hike, the independent hotels will be hit the hardest, since they cater for lower-end clientele who are fixed with budget and work for smaller companies with lower budgets. Independence hotel will have a harder time observing that tax increase or passing cost on to the customers. Franchise hotel will be affected also, since demand will decrease, especially for leisure travels comparing prices. And then the hotel may see lower occupancy and revenue if customers choose cheaper alternatives, since nowadays there's so much other options out there. And like eventually the guests will have to pay more for the same room. And then secondly, I would like to talk to you about the CVB. CVB has played an important role in increasing hotel room counts by bringing in events which we would have never had. And they've represented Finney County to all the other county events and to the state of Kansas. Like Finney County has done a good job telling where Finney County is and the location and what we are, what we do. And CVB does not only generate transit tax, but they help to bring in sales and tax revenue also. In short, the CVB acts as the city's marketing and sales organization, helping bringing visitors, meeting, conventions, and events that directly increase hotel demand and local economic activity. And Roxanne has done a wonderful job for almost 18 years from my point of view. Her leadership has been instrumental in bringing this organization to its current success and strong reputation. All right, thank you all.
All right, thank you. Jim Randall. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. I would just like to visit a little bit about the same subject. I am new on the CVB board. However, in the short time I've been there, I've noticed the success, the efficiency, the overall success of the particular board has been very noticeable. And from previous experience with Tumbleweed Festival, I've worked with CVB for several years, and they have been very helpful. They've helped us through so many different parts of the festival over the years, whether it's involved helping us prepare the festival, operating the festival. And I think I don't have anything really fancy prepared to say, so I'm just winging it. But I feel like reading through this that it looks like somewhat of an overhaul to looking to fix something that isn't broken. And I'm reading into it, and it's pretty complex reading for myself. I'm sure everybody else is a little better at that than I am, but there's an awful lot in here, and I guess I'm trying to figure out what the motive is for the adjustment or the overhaul. I think if the engine isn't broke, why replace it? Why fix it? And I just don't see anything from outside looking in that looks like it needs addressed, unless there's a motive that I can't figure out in this memorandum, a motive to, I don't know what, and maybe that'll get discussed. And I would offer my support to Roxanne and her staff for the short time I've been on the board, and for other experiences I've had, especially with Tumbleweed Festival, and how well I think they do at their job. So I like option 3, which is do nothing.
Thank you, Jim. And thanks for all your work on that tumbleweed.
Yep, you're welcome. Thank you.
Angelica Chapel.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm here representing the Community Mexican Fiesta. This year, we're celebrating 100 years. And speaking on behalf of CVB as well, I believe it is important for the CVB to remain independent so it can continue focusing on promoting our community and supporting projects that enhance our quality of life. Over the years, the CVB has played a key role in helping our community grow through tourism events, beautification efforts, and initiatives to bring visitors and economic opportunities to our area. Their work has had a positive impact on many community projects, and I am excited to see what they will accomplish in the future. The staff has been nothing but tremendous to me and my Mexican Fiesta, from marketing, from physical support. This year, celebrating 100 years, we are teaming up, and we are doing a full weekend event. I would not been able to do that without the help of many volunteers, city included, the police department, everyone that plays a huge role behind the scenes. Even though we are a very small board, I have definitely an army behind me. And as we prepare for our 100, I look forward to partnering with organizations like the CVB, Roxana, and her staff that help showcase our community, our culture, and our rich history for generations to come. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Okay, I have several that I received in email and text form, so I'll be reading those into the record. I believe that the other commissioners received an email from Representative Finney, and I think he wanted Commissioner Basque to read that into the record.
Unless Lon, who's here, wants to. Lon, do you still want me to read your message? You want me to read it? Okay, okay. So apparently, that's just for our reading, so.
Okay. All right. First one I have is from Kathy Coster, responding on CVB. I think that they should be controlled through the county. They need to be transparent with how these taxes are spent, which I don't think they are. I thought they were going to bring in concerts, sports events, art shows, educational activities, all sort of conventions. Those monies could be used to help repair the parking lot at 3I building and the building itself. We do appreciate the few events that we know they have helped sponsor. Let's be transparent. Other departments have to show their budgets and financials for the year. From Raylene Dick, I wholeheartedly support a change in leadership, accountability, oversight, and to change the bed tax to 8% in Finney County. The current CVB needs a change. From Joyce Adams, as just an ordinary citizen of Garden City since 1985, I have some grave concerns with how the current CVB is being run. My understanding is there is no reporting to any committee, no accountability as to how the funds are spent, no financial reports at board meetings, and seems no relevant activity. I would very much, as a citizen of Garden City, like to see this put under local government and be held responsible for spending and holding relevant activities. Accountability is of the utmost importance. From Mary Eves, I want to voice my support for the modernization of Finney County transient guest tax governance and administration. I ask that the commission give serious consideration to the resolution, as well as move forward on changing the bed tax from 6% to 8%. Thank you for your service to our county and its citizens. From, excuse me, from Jeannie Rupp, I would like to see a change in the CVB leadership and board. I do not believe the monies they receive are being spent wisely. I do stand on decreasing or taking away the current funds they receive. I'm in favor of them showing accountability for where their monies have been spent and what each of them gets paid for what they do. I would also like to voice my support for an increase in raising the bed tax. From Bev Glass, as you and the other county commissioners consider the modernization of the Finney County Transient Guest Tax Governance and Administration Charter Resolution, I implore you to look at the dearth of events and projects that the Finney County CVB has brought to the community within the past decade. It's hard to note any new events that have come to Finney County that were initiated or expanded by this organization. As a former executive director of the nonprofit Downtown Vision, I can attest to you that securing supportive funding and marketing assistance for our big community events like Fall Fest and the annual Christmas shopping spree and evening Christmas parade has at best been meager. While some dollars are better than none, the request format and follow-up were burdensome, especially in light of the small funding Downtown Vision received and the wait time that passed for a check to be written. My sense is that many nonprofit organizations have experienced the same frustration. I ask that you and the rest of the county commissioners please vote in favor of the charter revamp that will bring into focus the much-needed transparency, a more equitable criteria that applies to all requesting additional funding, and a more concerted effort to bring new events and tournaments to Finney County, as this affects our quality of life, transient taxes, and sale taxes as well. Additionally, it is more than time for the transient guest tax to be raised from 6% to 8%, as that additional income is needed but will still keep Finney County competitive within the state. From Debbie McNaught. Concerning the CVB status quo, I would like to see a change in leadership, accountability, and oversight. I also think a raise in the tax from 6 to 8% is needed. It is definitely time for these much-needed changes. From Cricket Turley, I would like to show my support for a change in leadership, accountability, and oversight of the CVB. I also support raising the bed tax from 6% to 8%. From Sandy Hawley, I am voicing a concern for the current leadership policies and lack of accountability of Finney County CVB. I would support a change in leadership and oversight to our local CVB. I would like to see a raise in the bed tax from 6 to 8%. From Neil Hawley, I believe the current leadership policies and lack of accountability at Finney County CVB are causing issues. I support a change in leadership and oversight for our local CVB. I also believe we should raise the bed tax from 6% to 8%. From Annette Jones, I wholeheartedly agree that a change in CVB management is appropriate. I also believe full financial disclosure to the county commission and general public is mandatory. From Mary Hushka, in favor of raising bed tax to 8% and full transparency of what and how the county monies are being spent. From Lisa Anderson, I support the change in bed tax. From Robin Bergkamp. Let me have a drink. I'm writing to express my unwavering support for the CVB, an organization with which I have been actively engaged for the past 15 years. During my tenure, I have had the privilege of serving 2 7-year terms on the board. The CVB is dedicated to enhancing the cultural and economic landscape of Finney County by diligently curating and promoting impactful events. The team consistently goes above and beyond to not only support local initiatives, but also attract significant sporting events, meetings, and other activities that drive tourism and contribute to the local economy. Their involvement in various groups and organizations showcases their commitment to promoting Finney County in a commendable manner, often spearheading initiatives that many perceive as effortlessly executed. The staff's volunteer involvement in managing and coordinating numerous events such as golf tournaments, Beef Empire Days, and the county fair underscores their dedication to the community. Additionally, their active participation in meetings and events in Topeka to advocate for tourism in Kansas reflects their profound industry knowledge and commitment to continuous improvement. Considering the intricate nature of the hospitality business, the CVB team's collaboration with hoteliers demonstrates their understanding of the sector's complexities. It is my firm belief that the county would struggle to replicate the quality of work and expertise that the CVB staff possess, especially given the challenges in maintaining communication regarding the potential jeopardy facing the CVB, as it is essential for organizations to be informed and adequately prepared to address critical matters. As a member of the school board, I emphasize the importance of hearing all perspectives before making decisions of consequence. I urge you to approach this matter with an open mind, attentively listen to the insights provided, and acknowledge the significant contributions made by the CVB under Roxanne's leadership. Having witnessed the CVB's consistent growth in transient guest tax revenue and prudent financial management, I implore you to recognize and appreciate their exceptional performance over the years. Your thoughtful consideration of this matter is greatly appreciated. Thank you for your attention and understanding. From Bonita McClure. I received a call last evening asking me some questions about action plan for the CVB based on information in the agenda packet for the commission meeting. I was not aware of any action, so I dug into it and did some reading. I can't tell you that I totally understand it, but it looks to me like action is planned that is based initially on control of money and budgets and ultimately could change or destroy the current programs of the CVB. My personal experience with the Finney County Convention Visitors Bureau reaches back a long ways, mid-90s and on. My media background and then as executive director of Beef Empire Days allowed me to interact with the CVB in more than one aspect. They do an outstanding job with their grant programs, and I know they have a board who overlooks all of those. But what I would point out makes them extremely unique is their total involvement in the events that go on in Finney County. They are all in, and that's not something that I've seen in other similar organizations. Their staff members are media experts in radio, television, print, and social media. You can't buy that expertise. I don't have as much information on the work they do marketing outside of this market, but I know they bring some amazing events to our area. If the commission is hell-bent for making a change in what I'm reading would indicate that it is, I would just say spend the next 6 months studying what you have and why it has been so successful. Everyone who goes to college now is a marketing guru, and it's pretty easy for you to hire one of those, but you have people who've been in the trenches that understand this community and the unique opportunities we have to offer. From my vantage point, it looks like you have a well-oiled and working machine that's been hugely successful, and I would not jeopardize or destroy that in any way. I encourage you to look over and beyond the dollars and cents and look at the outcomes. Next one is from Tiffany Funk. On behalf of the management and ownership of Town Place Suites in Garden City, we would like to thank the Commission, CVB, and many community partners who work to promote Finney County and support local tourism. As a hotel that serves visitors from across the region and the county, and the country, we see firsthand the impact tourism has on our community. We also work closely with CVB and appreciate the support they provide to local businesses, event organizers, and visitors. Their efforts help tell the story of Garden City and Finney County and play an important role in attracting people to our community. As discussions continue regarding the future of the transient guest tax and the structure of the CVB, we would like to share our perspective. We support maintaining the transient guest tax at its current 6% rate. Before considering an increase, we believe there is an opportunity to further strengthen the current organization through improved communication, greater transparency, and a stronger focus on measurable outcomes. Tourism is often viewed through the lens of hotels and restaurants, but its impact extends much further. Visitors can support local retail stores, gas stations, attractions, entertainment venues, and etc. For that reason, we believe there is a tremendous opportunity for CVB and county to work together on a community education campaign that highlights the importance of tourism and the role CVB plays. Many residents simply do not see the work happening behind the scenes. We would also encourage more regular communication regarding CVB's efforts and accomplishments. Updates on trade shows attended, groups being pursued, marketing campaigns, partnership, and event recruitment efforts would help stakeholders better understand where resources are being invested and what opportunities are being developed for the future. As hotel operators, we believe room night tracking should be a key performance measure. Understanding how many overnight stays are generated by specific events, tournaments, meetings, and marketing initiatives helps everyone evaluate what is working and where future investments should be made. We also believe major events should be supported by comprehensive economic impact studies whenever possible. Events such as the Charity Classic bring significant value to our community, and it's important that those impacts are accurately measured and communicated. When done properly, these studies help demonstrate the value of tourism investments and provide decision makers with better information for future planning. In today's digital environment, website and marketing analytics should also be part of regular reporting. Metrics such as website traffic, visitor engagement, event page performance, social media reach, and visitor inquiries can provide valuable insight into how effectively the destination is being marketed. As discussions continue regarding, is my time up? Oh, sorry. As discussions continue regarding the future structure of the CVB, we would also encourage a review of staff responsibilities and workload. A clear understanding of each person's duties would help determine whether existing resources are aligned with the community's priorities, and whether additional staffing may be needed. In particular, we believe there is significant opportunity in sports tourism. With facilities such as the refinery and the championship fields, Finney County is well positioned to attract tournaments, competitions, and sporting events that generate overnight stays and visitor spending. It may be worthwhile to evaluate whether a dedicated sports tourism and event development position could help maximize these opportunities. Our comments are offered in the spirit of partnership and continuous improvement. We value the work currently being done by CVB and believe the organization plays an important role in the future success of Finney County. Rather than focusing on increasing taxes, we believe the current moment presents an opportunity to strengthen communication, improve reporting, educate the public, and build an even stronger tourism strategy for our community. From Jessica Wyckoff. I'm a financial analyst with Sunflower Electric Power Cooperative. I had the privilege of serving on the board for the Finney County CVB from 2018 to 2022. Because of my financial background, I was nominated to serve as treasurer from 2019 to 2021. During my tenure as treasurer, I observed firsthand the organization's unwavering commitment to fiscal responsibility, transparency, and mission-driven decision-making. Roxanne and her team consistently provided the board with clear, accurate financial reports and openly communicated their strategies for responsible stewardship of public funds. Their approach ensured that the organization not only honored its mission, but also planned thoughtfully for the long-term sustainability. As a board member, I also witnessed the remarkable dedication and resilience of FCCVB's small but mighty staff of 4. Their efforts to bring high-quality attractions and nationally recognized events to Finney County were nothing short of extraordinary. They worked diligently to create opportunities for local residents to enjoy major events close to home, while also supporting locally hosted activities through funding, printing, and promotional assistance. Beyond that, the staff regularly attended these events in person, offering hands-on support, guidance, and a welcoming presence that reflects the spirit of our community. These efforts have a measurable impact. Many of the events supported or hosted by CVB draw visitors from across southwest Kansas and beyond, reinforcing Finney County's reputation as a regional hub for entertainment, culture, and tourism. Their work strengthens our local economy, elevates community pride, and showcases the hospitality that defines our county. It is in that spirit that I write to express my full support for CVB's financial request. An investment in Finney County CVB is an investment in the continued growth, visibility, and vitality of our community. Their proven track record, responsible leadership, and deep commitment to Finney County make them a partner worthy of continued support. Okay, that is all I have regarding CVB. I have one more regarding Triple Oak. This is from Therese Hartnett. I spoke at the last meeting, but I ran out of time to complete my comment, so I'd like to present it here. I am a rural Finney County resident and homeowner. The huge investment anticipated in these applications has been compared to the permitting of the Tyson plant. There is no equivalence. Tyson, like the new dairy processing plant or Empirical Foods, is directly related to our agriculture. They employ thousands of people, provide opportunities for advancement, education, and medical insurance for their employees. In the application, Triple Oak admits there will be a mere handful of employees once the solar project is completed. We also are not in dire need of jobs. With an unemployment rate of 2.8, we are well below the national average. The temporary influx of construction workers required for this project will be transitory from out of town, likely without their families, which is good because we don't have housing for them. Most data center construction crews reside in transient RV parks and move on to the next site when the work is done. That is a rather sketchy benefit for our community. And about the inherent safety hazards of the BESS installation, I'm sure many improvements have been made to the safety profile since the incident in Surprise, Arizona in 2019, where 4 firemen were seriously injured. One danger with a BESS is thermal runaway, self-accelerating chain reaction potentially causing fiery explosions and the release of extremely toxic gases. Do we want our firefighters to take on this exceptional responsibility in addition to their regular hazards? Do you all realize both energy companies involved in this development are foreign actors? Triple Oak Sherlock is owned by a global Japanese company, IOCHU. It is one of the largest Japanese with massive business operations in China. Surely many components of the Besson solar field will be coming from China, and when the data center is approved, many components of that will be from China. How does that make America more secure? The benefits that are being touted do not appear to outweigh the risks involved. We are told that this blitzkrieg of data centers is inevitable. I'm not so sure. Technology is racing forward at such a pace, current plans for data centers may soon be obsolete. What happens if this bubble bursts and these shell corporations go bankrupt? Are we, the residents of Finney County, the unwilling sponsors, going to be left with? Okay, that is all I have, and that will conclude public comment for today. Next on the agenda, we have item 6A, Finney County Audit Presentation.
Good morning, I'm Kristen Sekovic, and this is Tiffany O'Rourke. We're going to be going over a summary of the 2025 audit of the county, as well as present some comparison graphs of surrounding counties as you guys are starting to work toward your 2027 budget. So the auditor's report is on pages 1 through 3 in your financial statement. It states there's an unmodified or a clean opinion on the regulatory basis financial statement. And there were also no material weaknesses this year for the county, and also no question costs on the federal programs. On pages 6 through 7 is statement 1. This is the summary statement of receipts, expenditures, and unencumbered cash. So it's the statement that lists all of the funds of the county. Overall, the total cash balance of the county at the end of the year was $63.8 million. This is a decrease of $1.2 million from the prior year. However, the general fund, which is the main operating fund of the county, did increase $2.4 million. However, we'll look at this fund in some more detail as we look through the graphs. A lot of that increase is just due to the county reallocating some of the tax funds from other funds. This next slide is the total unencumbered cash balance for all funds for the past 10 years. Go back to slide 4. There you go. See where I'm at. As you can see, 2020 through 2022, you can see the cash balance increasing for the county, and that is just due to all of the COVID grants the county received. The cash balance was increasing, and the county was unable to spend a lot of those funds due to not being able to buy the equipment, that was on order, just due to COVID. In 2023, the county was putting themselves in position to implement KPNF. So cash balance increasing some in 2023 due to that. And then you can see in 2025, the cash balance coming down with the county being able to spend some of those reserve funds on the EMS and the LEC. As we'll see on this next slide, some of this cash balance that has been accumulating at the county, though, is restricted and can't be used for the general operations of the county. So this next slide breaks down the cash balance by type. Starting at the bottom is the related municipal entity fund balance, and for the county, that would be the library and CVB. So overall, the 10-year history, that cash balance in those funds has stayed pretty consistent. Working up, the next, the red line is the restricted fund balance. The restricted is restricted for a specific purpose. So mainly that's your grant funds, your guest tax funds, aging, fund. So as you can see, the cash balance increasing, like I said, during the years around COVID with those grant funds. The next line, the blue line, is your reserve fund cash balance, and that money is reserved for your future projects, such as capital outlay, equipment reserve, infrastructure improvements. And as you can see, in 2022, that cash balance increasing about the same time that your grant funds are decreasing. And that was just due to some of that ARPA money the county received being earmarked for those future projects. So some of that grant money was pushed over to reserve funds. And then the operating fund cash balance is the green line. So that includes your funds such as general fund, ambulance, health, law enforcement, public works. Those are some of the larger operating funds of the county. Slightly increasing right before COVID due to the tax lid being put into place. And then increasing again due to the employee benefit fund and KP&F. And then also some of that ARPA money was able to be used to move to operating funds to help out the county. And then as you can see, the last couple years, the operating funds have been flat since 2023. This next slide is the receipts going into the operating funds for this past year. Overall, there's 3 areas that are up from last year. You have the law enforcement, health, and general fund. Each one of those funds, the operating funds, increased. However, that's in large part due to the funds going into employee benefit going down. Because the general fund is the main operating fund of the county, we do look at it in a little more detail. Shown here are the receipts into the general fund. The pie charts 2024 to 2025 almost look identical when you look at them. The transfers into the general fund are your motor vehicle cash balance that's transferred each year. Other includes any reimbursements, miscellaneous income. Your use of money and property is the interest income the county is receiving. Licenses and fees are your officer fees, and the intergovernmental is any severance tax, miscellaneous grant income the general fund receives, or any other funds the general fund receives from other governmental entities. And then taxes, which is your largest. Percentage-wise, taxes were up this year into the general fund. If you look at the next slide, we break down taxes a little further since it is the largest portion of the receipts. Overall, your ad valorem tax percentage-wise was 61%, about the same as the prior year. However, the dollar amount received was up about $780,000, with that money reallocated back from employee benefit fund. Otherwise, the percentages out of the other categories stayed about the same, other than your local sales tax. Percentage-wise, down, it was at 25% this year compared to 28% last year. However, as you'll see on a graph in a few slides, dollars stayed about the same compared to last year. So offsetting the local sales tax decrease in percentage was the interest and fees being up and the motor vehicle being up slightly. This next graph is your expenditures over the general fund. For expenditures, there's 4 different areas. You have public safety, which is district court, 25th Judicial District, and CASA. And then your health and sanitation, which is the mental health area of the county. Both of those areas stayed pretty consistent to last year. The 2 with the largest fluctuations were your general government, which was up this year due to some extra payments that you had this year that you don't normally have, such as you entered into some long-term IT contracts with the payments having to be made in 2025. And then also you had your HVAC assessment. And then transfers out down this year. Transfers out are just the money in the general fund that can be transferred to reserve funds. So that balance was up in the prior year due to transferring out to help out with the EMS project. The next slide is on the debt of the county, which is on page 17 in your financial statement. Overall, you have your general obligation bonds, which is your sewer district bond, which matures in 2042. And then for finance leases, there's 9 leases the county has, with the largest being the HVAC system, which matures in 2032. And then the next largest is the second HVAC system, which matures in 2037. So overall, the long-term debt for the county at the end of the year was $7.8 million. So these next several slides incorporate both the financial statement audit and the budget. And the slides only go through the audit year. So for valuation for the county in 2025, the valuation was $651 million. And this was up from the valuation in 2016 being $477 million. The county overall has had an increase in valuation of $174 million over the 10 years presented. And as you can see, oil and gas has had some improvement since 2021, but it's still not to that level it was in 2016 and prior. Otherwise, it's the real estate valuation that's had steady increases over the 10 years presented. This next slide is over the mill levy for the county. In 2025, the mill levy was at 47.37, which was down from a high in 2022 at 49.9. The increase in valuation from 17 to 18 was due to the tax lid going into effect. And then also the oil and gas valuation was down at that same time. So overall, for the 10 years presented, the average mill levy for the county has been 46.9. Other than this next slide is on your ad valorem tax receipts. So in 2025, the taxes received were right at 27.8 million, which has been almost flat for the 3 years presented, with just a slight increase from 23 to 24. So overall, these 10 years presented, the average average ad valorem tax has been 23.8 million. And then the next largest area of tax receipts for the county are your sales tax, which are presented on the next slide. So sales tax in 2025, we were right at 6.2 million. And as you can see, there's still the trend line that we have presented is still the upward trend line. However, for the past 4 years, as you can see, the sales tax received for the county has been at a stagnant level. So you're not always able to depend on that or an increase in sales tax. And now these next several slides are comparisons to other counties, the surrounding counties. The ones we do have presented are Reno, which is at the top. And then going down, it's Finney, then Ford, Ellis, Barton, and Seward. So for population for these counties, the ones with the largest changes from 24 to 25, Finney County actually had the largest increase at 888. Seward was next at 209, and then Ellis was up 197. The next slide is the assessed tangible valuation for those same areas. And this is not including any TIF or RHID. So overall, this graph follows the population order except for Ellis and Ford, which are flipped. Overall, Finney County was up 30.3 million this past year that's presented. However, the largest valuation increase was in Ford, being up 46 million. And then Reno was up 31. So this next slide is the total county levy for each of those counties presented. So the spread from in 2025 from the lowest to the highest, and I excluded Seward, is 13.5 mils. So as you can see, Finney County was at 47.459, which has been flat since 2023. And then Barton was the lowest at 33.9 mils. However, it's when you review the levies for the entire taxing unit, that it's easier to compare apples to apples. So if you look at the next slide, this would be the total mills levied in the city by all taxing units. So overall, it has Liberal at the highest at 193 mills, and then Hayes is at your lowest at 121. However, this is the only city without a community college. I looked at 2025, and the average out of the 5 that do have community colleges, the average levy for that college was 29 mils. So although the county was the highest in that group in the middle, a Garden City resident had the lowest mill levy when looking across all taxing units, except for Hayes through 2023. And then there was an increase in 2023 with both the school district and the college. But then, like I said, overall it's been flat since 2024. So that concludes our presentation. I've gone over the audit and the financials in detail with the audit committee and any staff involved with the audit. But if you guys have any questions, I can try to answer now, or if you have any, as you look through the financial report, you can give either one of us a call at the office.
Kristen, I just have a request, if you could, on page 11 of our, where you have the valuation by property type, I'm wondering if you could separate the real estate into residential and like commercial / industrial on this chart in the future.
Okay, yeah, we can try. See if we have that.
Any other comments or questions? Yes, Commissioner Jones.
On your comparison, or on your total unencumbered cash balances, page 4, how's that compare to other counties that you audit, or like our other counties?
I mean, if you're talking the increase throughout the years, I would say that is probably comparable to other counties. You know, everybody had that increase. You had the COVID money going into play, plus the tax lid, all in the same time frame, plus the delay in cost. You know, you guys would order specific equipment and you'd be out 2 years. So that growth in the cash fund doesn't seem unusual.
But, I mean, if you look back from 16 to 21, you know, it's fairly flat, you know, until we got the all the COVID money.
Right.
Our unencumbered cash balance is higher or lower than the average county?
I'd say that's hard to say because you're a larger county than other counties.
Well, compare us to Reno and
We don't audit Reno, so I can't give very detailed information about Reno. It's hard for the county. You guys aren't able to go out and get funding from a bank or a line of credit. You do have to have that cash balance built up if you're wanting to do projects such as the EMS and the LEC. So I know the county during the middle year timeframe took the opportunity with all of that COVID money to start building funds within the county, so you're able to do projects such as the LEC and EMS.
I would like to point out as a member of the fiscal committee that we did start capital reserve programs in that time frame as well, which accounts for some of that cash balance.
or the cash balance.
Yeah.
Though, as a taxpayer looking in on this would say, why are we accumulating so much cash compared to, they don't know what to compare, you know, but it looks fairly large.
Right, and I think as you'll see in the next few years, that cash balance will be coming down as you're able to start these projects. That is the reason why that cash balance had started to build up.
So it's not out of line.
You know, and I know there is still some COVID money sitting within this cash balance that doesn't necessarily show up in the grant funds because you had to earmark it by the end of the year. You have to spend it. So some of that money has already been transferred out for these future projects, but it hasn't been spent yet, so.
Also, I think we understand, but for the people in the audience and the people watching, can you explain the difference between those counties that have a community college and why their mill levy is so much higher than Ellis County, who does have a four-year college? Why? They may be thinking, well, Hayes has a four-year college. Why is their mill levy not up as high as those counties with a community college? Can you explain why that is, the difference?
I mean, the main thing is just like you said, it's a state college, funded more by the state and state and federal money. When you have these community colleges, the community is the ones that support it, and
Yeah, and those mill levies that you talked about, what, 20, did you say 23% or 23 mills or something?
29 mills is the
29
average that
mills,
you need
the
to have a
average
community
for
college.
the county, if you have a community college, goes towards that, where Ellis County doesn't have a community college, so they don't have to pay for their college, the state does. So I
Right.
just wanted to clarify that for the audience who may have been wondering why ours is so much higher than Ellis County when they have a four-year college.
Right.
Thank you.
Anybody have anything else? All right.
Madam Chair, if I may, the observations and recommendations on page 3 of your letter to us dated June 4th. Sitting here for 4 years now, it's really important that not just us has the availability to this information, and I don't know what the rest of the commissioners think, but I think it would be important for the public to be able to see the auditor's reports and remarks, and ask the commission or the chair whether they would entertain a motion to publish the June 4th letter to make it available on our website. Is there any objection from your side of it?
Not from our side.
Madam Chair, I move that the commission put on its website the June 4th audit letter and recommendations so that the viewing public can have the same information we do with regard to our auditor's comments and observations.
Second.
We do have a motion and a second. I think that's an excellent idea. We're really working hard to increase that transparency, so thank you for that. Any other comments?
I do have a brief comment. Is I'm completely for everything that is open and available to the public, that we make that available to the public, and this is a perfect example of that. So that way, when the public has questions or thoughts or concerns, they can go get it and read it for themselves, and instead of maybe speculating or whatever about things. And so I'm completely for all of that.
Very good.
The audit is scheduled to be published on the website later today, and so we will make that available with it should this motion pass.
Thank you.
And I would just say, just to point out, the management letter, these are just best practice suggestions. I want to point out there were no material weaknesses for the county, no significant deficiencies. Sometimes these things in this letter are so minute. But we just want to make you guys aware of them when we do come across these little things so they don't turn into larger things in the future. So, yeah, these are what we consider just best practice suggestions.
And I will comment that being the head of the largest budget department in the county for 25 years, every year we would get this, and at times I would think, oh my gosh, it's so minute. But you know what? What I found out was these little suggestions make you a better organization where there's less chances of impropriety. And so I completely appreciate those because they make our organization better.
Very good. We do have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. And that motion carries. Thank you, ladies, so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. It is 9:40. Looks like we need a break, so why don't we break until 9:50?
It might put hair on my chest, and I don't know.
Really? Might help those knees, though.
Maybe, I don't know.
Balance. Maybe it's balance.
Balance.
Could be that bad wheel that you busted up.
I know, I know. You know what? I've learned a lot lately that it's probably just my you're prone to.
What?
I'm gonna move your mic a little bit, and Larry's. You're talking, but it's hard for it to hear, and we're getting comments.
You do what you do.
Thank you, sir. Don't let Larry push his back.
We'll go ahead and call the meeting back to order. I'll mention that there were some comments online that they were having difficulty hearing us, so make sure, everybody, make sure your mic is turned on. They're going to be trying to do some adjustments in the background there, but keep those comments coming. We're working on getting this fixed so that everybody can hear us, but we'll try to speak into the microphone, continue to let them know if you can't hear and who you can't hear, and we can work on that. Next, we have item 6B, fireworks recommendation from John Ersick, our fire chief. Okay.
Good morning, Madam and Commissioners. The Board of County Commissioners is asked to consider and approve waiver to the provisions of Section H of the Finney County Fireworks Resolution 10-2024 for the 2026 fireworks season and authorize discharge of fireworks in the unincorporated areas of Finney County from July 1st to July 5th between the hours of 11 a.m. and 11 p.m. in accordance with Section I of the resolution. Finney County and much of southwest Kansas has experienced prolonged drought conditions over the past several months, with the county remaining under severe drought classifications according to the U.S. Drought Monitor. Recently, however, the county has received measurable rainfall, which has improved short-term fuel moisture conditions and reduced immediate fire danger in several areas. In addition to recent rainfall, current weather forecasts indicate potential for additional precipitation opportunities over the coming weeks. While long-term drought conditions still exist and continue monitoring the weather and fire conditions will remain important, the recent moisture and forecasted rainfall have improved overall conditions enough for staff to provide a recommendation allowing for the discharge of fireworks in unincorporated Finney County from July 1st to July 5th between the hours of 11 a.m. and 11 p.m. Alternatives, the Board of Commissioners may waive the provision of Section H of the Finney County Fireworks Resolution 10-2024 for the 2026 fireworks season and authorize the discharge of fireworks in unincorporated areas of Finney County from July 1st to July 5th between the hours of 11 a.m. and 11 p.m. in accordance with Section I of the resolution. Alternative 2, the Board of Commissioners may decline to waive the provisions of Section H of Finney County Fireworks Resolution 10-2024 for the 2026 fireworks season and retain the prohibition on the discharge of fireworks in unincorporated areas of Finney County. Recommendation, staff recommends the Board of County Commissioners waive the provisions of Section H of the Finney County Fireworks Resolution 10-2024 for the 2026 fireworks season and authorize the discharge of fireworks in unincorporated areas of Finney County from July 1st to July 5th between the hours of 11 a.m. and 11 p.m. in accordance with Section I of the resolution. I'll take any further questions if you have them.
I don't have a question. I just want to make a statement that I have made before, that I believe that sale and discharge of fireworks should be the exact same time frame. Either that be the time frame that has previously been approved for the sale and the end of sale, or from the discharge beginning to the end of discharge. And that's simply because as soon as people buy them, they're going to be discharging them outside of the date of approval of discharge. And so that's just my opinion and will continue to be my opinion.
I have a similar comment. I voiced this last year to the chief when he came to us, and I'll voice it again this year. We get complaints every year from people who, for one reason or another, don't like the fireworks to go on for the extended period of time. Main thing that concerns me is maybe we have some veterans with some PTSD, potentially, and people with pets struggle with fireworks every year. So I'd like to see it closer to 3 days rather than 5. That's my opinion. I don't know if there are other comments among the board.
My opinion comes from when I was sheriff. As soon as they went on sale during that time frame before July 1st, then law enforcement for both agencies and Holcomb were responding to discharge complaints. And we spent a lot of time doing that. And I was just wondering why we don't allow discharge from the time of sale to when it ends, or limit the sale from July 1st to July 5th. It certainly would ease the burden on law enforcement, but that's just my opinion as a law enforcement officer.
Any other comments?
Madam Chair, I'm not inclined to change the dates of sale or the time frame of the proposed action by the fire chief. This is 250 years of being a country, and it's a long and wonderful tradition of blowing stuff up. And I'm here to say that I think this is an important opportunity to teach kids not just that fireworks are fun, but the reason why we have the fireworks. And it's more important the reason. And I don't think government should get in the way of parents parenting their children, which also means they have a responsibility to be a good neighbor. If one of our veterans is suffering from illness and you're a neighbor, then be a good neighbor. Pets, I'm gonna get a bunch of emails on this, I know. Drug your pets or whatever you need to do, but this is a country that celebrates its birth and its independence with a long and honored tradition. One of the most fascinating things that I did with my children was to go watch the fireworks displays, the big fireworks, not the ones that you can buy and blow up in your front yard, but rather the city or the county's participation in that fireworks display. And I know that between now and July 1st, our weather conditions could change dramatically. They're not forecast to, and I think the chief has included that into his report. But if they do, we need to be prepared to come back, because fireworks can be a real public safety problem. Especially our aerial stuff now that reaches pretty good heights that sells for consumers. Unless there's other comments, Madam Chair, I'm ready to make a motion.
Madam Chair, just one comment, or Gene. Does the fire department still continue like they did back when I was chief and sheriff was sheriff, where you guys hand out education material, patrol with law enforcement to identify when there are violations and get them reported?
Yes, yeah, we schedule to go out on the 1st and through the 5th. I believe 8 o'clock at night. I think we double up on the 3rd and 4th, especially on the 4th, with it being the biggest day. We double up and we have 2 shifts on running and doing the educational portion, plus patrolling the entire county.
And I think that's very important, that there are some programs and collaboration between our first responders and making sure that our community is as safe as we can provide. So with that, I'll turn over to Jerry for his motion.
Ready for a motion?
One more comment.
Oh, maybe not.
Exactly. Just be a good neighbor. It's simple. You know, just be a little considerate of your neighbors and neighborhood, and then pick up your trash when you're done. That's the thing that gripes me one of the worst, is they just leave it all there.
But don't put the hot cinders in your trash dumpster. Right, Gene?
Yes.
Well, I think also to be a good neighbor means is to have patience while your other neighbors celebrate our 250th year of independence. My motion is to pass and approve alternative number 1 as read. The Board of County Commissioners waive provisions of Section 1 of the Finney County Fireworks Resolution 10-2024 for the 26th fire season, and authorize the discharge of fireworks in unincorporated areas of Finney County from July 1 through July 5, hours of 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. in accordance with Section I of the resolution.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Is there any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Nay. And that motion carries. Very
Thank you.
good, thank you. I voted nay. Next, we have 6C, bid selection for the Administration Building Office remodel.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm Nolan Till, Director of Maintenance and Special Projects. Today I have the Board of County Commissioners is asked to consider and approve the bid selection for the Administration Building Office Remodel Project from Lee Construction, Inc. in the amount of $60,950. A little background for you. The Building Maintenance Department issued a request for bids, or an RFB, for the renovation of existing office space located on the second floor of the Administration Building, that'd be in the back southwest corner. The purpose of this project is to improve functionality, workflow, privacy, and privacy for the Human Resources Department by relocating Human Resources operations to the southwest corner of the second floor, which is currently not being utilized. Relocating human resources to this area will provide a more functional layout for the employee services, confidential conversations, and daily human resources operations. The relocation will also allow the existing human resource office space within the administration area to be repurposed for the addition of a chief financial officer position and provide room for future administration needs as the organization continues to grow. The scope of work includes demolition, existing components, and construction of new office layouts, installation of doors and finishes, modifications to the ceiling, HVAC systems, electrical systems, and other associated interior improvements necessary to create functional workspaces. We had a mandatory bid meeting held on May 12th, 2026 to review the project requirements, inspect the existing space, and answer contractor questions. Lee Construction, Inc. and Dick Construction attended the mandatory pre-bid meeting. Following the meeting, addendum number 1 was issued to clarify project specifications and incorporate items discussed during the walkthrough. Dick Construction later notified staff that they would not be submitting due to their current workload and scheduling conflicts. Lee Construction, Inc. submitted the sole responsive bid for the project and provided the pricing for the base bid and 2 alternates, which you'll see in that graph there. The base bid for just the office remodel of HR and what would be a future finance operations area is $60,950, including alternate 1, which is the executive chambers, and that would include paint, the baseboards, carpet, and cabinetry, would be an additional $10,400. Alternate 2 is the IT office area, which is in the basement, and that would be paint, baseboards, and carpet. That is $40,210. Totaling, the total cost, including all the alternates, is $111,560. The base bid includes all labor, materials, equipment, supervision, and coordination necessary to complete the proposed office remodel. Staff reviewed the project priorities, available funding, and current facility needs and determined that the base bid addresses the immediate operational needs by improving human resources functionality and allow administration to better utilize existing office spaces. While the additional alternates would provide improvements to other areas of the administration building, those improvements can be evaluated separately and in the future without impacting the completion or functionality of human resources relocation project. So before you, there's 3 alternatives. The Board of County Commissioners may approve the Administration Building Office Remodel base bid from Lee Construction, Inc. in the amount of $60,950. Alternative 2, the Board of County Commissioners may deny the Administration Building Office Remodel base bid from Lee Construction, Inc. And then alternative 3, the Board of County Commissioners may give further direction regarding the Administration Building Office Remodel project. Staff recommends alternative 1, which was, again, the Board of County Commissioners may approve the Administration Building Office Remodel base bid from Lee Construction, Inc. in the amount of $60,950. The total cost of the recommended action is $60,950, and funding will be provided from the General Fund Capital Reserve, GL Code 171-01-5613. Any questions?
What's the balance of that fund?
We have over $700,000 in that capital reserve fund.
And the Dick Construction, they just,
Yeah, when I talked to Brian, I'm not sure what his title is. He's the one who actually came and toured. He just said they're currently too busy with a few other projects going on right now, specifically the Westlake one that they're working on.
And this project was advertised in the newspaper, and we also put it on social media
correct.
for other contractors to bid it.
very good. Any other questions or comments?
Is the alternate number 2 for the IT office area, is that just for paint, baseboards, and carpet?
Correct.
Okay.
Sounds like a lot.
Well, It's kind of a shell down there anyway, so.
All right, do we have a motion?
I move the board to approve staff recommends alternative number 1. The board approves the administration office remodel, base bid from Lee in the amount of $60,950.
Second.
We do have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. And that motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks, Nolan. Next, we have item 6D, modernization of the Finney County Transient Guest Tax Governance and Administration.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners.
Morning.
The Board of County Commissioners is asked to consider directing staff and legal counsel to prepare a replacement charter resolution modernizing the governance, administration, budgeting, and expenditure process of Finney County Transient Guest Tax, TGT funds, effective January 1st, 2027. At the March 16th, 2026 Board of County Commissioners meeting, Chair Vicki Gurman requested that staff review the current structure, oversight process, and administration of Finney County TGT funds. The purpose of the review is to ensure that the county's administration of visitor-generated public funds aligns with current expectations for transparency, accountability, strategic investment, annual budgeting, public reporting, and measurable tourism outcomes. Finney County has historically allocated a majority of annual TGT revenues to the Finney County Convention and Visitors Bureau, or CVB, for tourism-related services. Funding levels have varied based on annual budgeting decisions and available revenues, with the Board of County Commissioners approving allocations of $950,000 annually for both 2025 and 2026. The CVB has historically provided valuable services, including destination marketing, tourism promotion, event support, visitor attraction, hospitality partnerships, cooperative advertising, and regional tourism coordination. This review is not intended to diminish the value of that work. The policy question is whether the current governance structure provides the level of public oversight, strategic alignment, and expenditure control expected for public revenue source now exceeding $1 million annually. Finney County Charter Resolution Number 1-2013 established the framework for the administration and expenditure of TGT revenues. The resolution credits transient guest tax revenues to the Finney County Transient Guest Tax Fund and provides that the funds are to be expended for the convention and tourism-related purposes. The resolution also created a structure in which the CVB would review requests, develop recommended expenditures, and submit recommendations to the Board of County Commissioners for approval and action. Importantly, Charter Resolution Number 1-2013 reserved final decision-making authority to the Board of County Commissioners. It also allowed the Board of County Commissioners to contract with agency, organization, or a group to promote conventions and tourism for the county, while preserving the Board of County Commissioners' exclusive authority to make final decisions on proposed expenditures. Over time, the current operating structure has evolved into a model where the majority of the transient guest tax revenues are appropriated annually to the CVB, an outside agency of the county which has its own board and staff. While that partnership has supported tourism promotion, the evolved structure does not fully reflect the advisory recommendation of the Board of County Commissioners approval process contemplated in Charter Resolution Number 1-2013. Staff has identified several governance considerations during its review. The Board of County Commissioners does not maintain direct line item oversight of all transient guest tax expenditures following annual allocation. The significant transient guest tax expenditures occur outside the county's annual budgeting and expenditure review process. Reserve balances and long-term tourism investment priorities are not fully integrated into county budgeting discussions. Formal performance measures, annual tourism impact reporting, and public accountability standards have not been consistently established. The current operating structure differs from the advisory recommendation and Board of County Commissioner approval framework contemplated by Charter Resolution Number 1-2013. The legislative post-audit review of other Kansas communities underscores the importance of clear documentation when guest tax revenues are transferred to other funds, used for facility costs, or provided to partner organizations. Kansas law authorizes cities and counties levying transient guest tax to appoint a convention and tourism committee to make recommendations concerning programs and expenditures for promotion of conventions and tourism. If appointed, the Board of County Commissioners appoints 10 members with a majority representing businesses that collect or are subject to the tax, and the Board of County Commission retains authority to contract for convention and tourism programs. That statutory structure supports a county-appointed advisory committee and does not require the county to allocate all or most annual transient guest tax revenues to a separate nonprofit. The statute or charter resolution number 1-2013 both support a model in which an advisory body recommends priorities, staff-administered programs, and the elected Board of County Commissioners retains final authority over expenditures. Kansas Attorney General Opinion 2024-02 confirms that counties may use home rule to exempt themselves from non-uniform portions of the Transient Guest Tax Act. However, the opinion also reinforces the importance of drafting carefully. Kansas Attorney General Opinion 82-17 cautioned that a local government that exempts itself from statutory provisions authorizing state collection cannot impose administrative duties on a state agency. This supports a limited home rule approach that preserves state collection and remittance provisions whenever possible while modifying only the rate and eligible use provisions needed for the county's goals. Based on this review, staff recommends that the county modernize its transient guest tax governance model by replacing Charter Resolution number 120-13 with a more precise charter resolution that authorizes the transient guest tax rate established by the Board of County Commission, including a proposed increase to 8% effective January 1st, 2027. Establish a dedicated Finney County Tourism Convention Promotion Fund or similar titled Special Revenue Fund, and creates a county-appointed destination committee to serve in an advisory capacity, preserves final expenditure authority with the Board of County Commissioners, clarifies eligible uses for tourism promotion, visitor attraction, convention, and event activity, sports tourism, destination development, visitor serving infrastructure, tourism-related facility improvements, and other investments that are tied to increasing visitation or lodging demands. It also requires annual budgeting, reporting, fund balance review, performance measures, and public accountability for transient guest tax funded activities. And finally, allows the county to contract with the Finney County Convention Visitors Bureau or another qualified entity for specific services through written agreements with defined scope, budget, reporting, and performance expectations. Under the county-administered modeled, day-to-day coordination of tourism promotion and destination marketing may be incorporated into existing county operations, including the communications department or another assigned department. Eligible responsibilities may include destination branding, tourism website, and social media content, promotion of county-supported events and attractions, cooperative messaging, visitor information, partner coordination, and marketing campaigns designed to increase visitation and overnight stay. Only the portion of personnel costs directly attributable to eligible tourism promotion, visitor attraction, destination marketing, event promotion, TGT administration, or other Board of County Commission approved TGT purposes should be charged to the Transient Guest Tax Fund. Staff should develop a reasonable allocation method and document the basis for any salary or administrative cost allocation. This approach aligns costs with the funding source supporting the work while avoiding the perception that restricted transient guest tax revenues are being used to backfill general government operations. The proposed model does not prevent the county from contracting with the CVB, event organizers, cultural organizations, sports groups, fairground users, chambers, or other qualified partners. Instead, future agreements should be structured as service contracts, grants, or sponsorships approved through the county's annual budget or transient guest tax program process. Agreements should include a clear scope of service, measurable outcomes, budget detail, reporting requirements, public fund accountability standards, and an annual review by the board. So there are 4 alternatives for the governing body to choose from. Alternative number 1, the Board of County Commissioners may direct staff and legal counsel to prepare a replacement charter resolution establishing a county-administered transient guest tax governance model, a county-appointed destination committee, a dedicated tourism promotion fund, clarified eligible uses, and annual reporting requirements effective January 1st, 2027. 2, the Board of County Commissioners may direct staff and legal counsel to prepare a replacement charter resolution with a defined annual service agreement and percentage allocations to the Finney County Convention Visitors Bureau, subject to written performance measures, budget transparency requirements, and annual board review. 3, the Board of County Commissioners may maintain the current governance structure and continue annual allocations under the existing process. And 4, the Board of County Commissioners may provide alternative policy direction regarding governance structure, committee composition, implementation timeline, partner agreements, administrative responsibilities, or eligible uses of transient guest tax revenues. It is staff's recommendation to approve alternative number 1. The Board of County Commissioners may direct staff and legal counsel to prepare a replacement charter resolution modernizing Finney County's transient guest tax governance structure effective January 1st, 2027. Staff recommends the Board of County Commissioners direct staff and legal counsel to prepare a replacement charter resolution modernizing Finney County's transient guest tax governance structure effective January 1st, 2027. The replacement charter resolution should preserve the county's authority to levy the transient guest tax at the rate established by the Board of County Commissioners, establish a county-administered tourism and convention promotion fund, create a county-appointed destination committee to make advisory recommendations, clarify eligible tourism-related uses of the funds, preserve final expenditure authority to the Board of County Commissioners, and establish annual reporting, budgeting, fund balance review, and performance expectations for all transient guest tax funded activities. A point of clarifications for the Commissioners. I want to make sure that the intent of this recommendation by staff is clearly understood. This discussion is not intended to be a critique of the Convention and Visitors Bureau, their staff, or the services they have provided to Finney County. This discussion came forward at the request of the board, and the question before the board is a governance and policy question. What level of oversight, accountability, strategic alignment, and direct involvement does the Board of County Commissioners want over a public revenue source that now exceeds $1 million annually? As part of the staff's review, we evaluated Kansas Attorney General's opinions, our existing charter resolution, and the 2025 Kansas Legislative Division of Post-Audit Report reviewing select municipalities' use of the transient guest tax revenues. That audit reinforced several important points. First, transient guest tax revenues, while generated by visitors and not property tax payers, are still public tax dollars levied by the governing body. Second, communities across Kansas utilize different methods, including contracting with CVBs, funding tourism-related facilities, supporting events, and investing in visitor attractions. However, the common theme is need for clear documentation, defined expectations, governing body oversight, and ensuring expenditures align with tourism-related outcomes. It is staff's recommendation to establish a framework where the board maintains policy direction over transient guest tax revenues, sets priorities through the budget process, and evaluates performance outcomes and ensures visitor-generated dollars are invested strategically for the long-term benefit of Finney County. And the fiscal impact policy, approval of alternative 1 does not increase the county mill levy and does not require additional general fund revenue. Existing transient guest tax revenues are restricted visitor-generated funds and should remain dedicated to tourism, convention, visitor attraction, destination development, and other eligible purposes authorized by the replacement charter resolution and the annual budget process. Beginning January 1st, 2027, approval of the county administered model will allow the Board of County Commission to directly allocate and prioritize transient guest tax expenditures through the annual budget process and recommendations from the county-appointed destination committee. Remaining revenues are eligible administration, marketing, service contracts, grants, and sponsorships would be available for the Board of County Commission approved tourism priorities, including community partnerships, visitor-generated events, tourism-related infrastructure, destination development, other eligible expenditures. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Very good. We'll start at the end. Commissioner Utes, do you have any comments or questions?
I have a lengthy comment, Chair, so bear with me, please, because I think this is a very important decision this board has to make. And there was some comments made about leadership, and both Sheriff and I have been in leadership roles, and when someone says there's leadership issues without defined issues, then I question that comment. So, but I'll move forward with my comment as a whole. Before I can support a structural change, I need a clear, measurable understanding of what we are currently getting for approximately $1 million in annual transient guest tax revenue, and whether a different model under county control would improve performance, reduce costs, or increase accountability. Given the scope of proposed changes, I believe it is appropriate to pause action on any resolution involving structural change to the CVB arrangement until the following information is provided and reviewed. First, request to pause the action. I am requesting that the board consider placing any vote or final action on structural change to CVB operations on hold temporarily until the following information is provided in a complete, transparent format. Number one, I'm using numbers, Commissioner Schultz, not bullets.
Thank you.
Financial transparency. For over the last 3 years, I think it's prudent that we have a full breakdown of CVB expenditures to include, and not limited to, exact salary for each employee by position and title, total benefits per employee, health, retirement, payroll taxes, total personnel cost versus total CVB budget, administrative overhead versus marketing and promotion, office expenses, contracts, memberships, and subscriptions, fund balances and reserves if they're applicable. Number two, travel and conference activity over the last 3 years. I think it'd be prudent to see a detailed reporting for all CVB staff and board travel to include staff and board members' names, destination, date, and duration, the purpose of the travel to include conference, sales missions, trade shows, etc. To include full cost breakdown, airfare mileage, lodging, meals per diem, registration fees, other expenses. Documented outcomes, events booked or secured, leads generated, and partnerships formed. Number three, tourism performance, heads and beds, or annual performance results for the last 3 years, to include number of events brought into Finney County per year, type of events, sports, convention, livestock, concerts, etc. Estimated attendance per event, estimated non-local visitors per event, hotel room nights generated, total estimated economic impact, cost per event recruited, cost per room night generated. Also, I'd like to know events solely by CVB versus collectively. Number four, marketing effectiveness, annual marketing campaigns and target markets. Measurable return on marketing investments, events that occurred without CVB involvement, evidence of CVB-driven versus non-CVB-driven events. Number five, governance and structure review, current level of county oversight of CVB operations, audit findings or performance reviews the last 3 to 5 years, comparison to similar Kansas counties, potential duplication with other county functions. Number six, fairground exhibition center coordination. I'd really like to see what the role of CVB in promoting fairgrounds and exhibition center events. Use of guest tax funds related to those facilities. Coordination between CVB, fairgrounds, and county economic development. Also, opportunities for consolidation or improved efficiency. The next one would be the alternative structure evaluation of county control model. I think it'd be prudent to request a side-by-side comparison of the current CVB model alongside with the county controlled tourism model, including staffing requirements under each model, total cost comparison, expected changes in marketing, event recruitment, oversight and accountability, integration with Fairground Exhibition Center operations. In closing, given the magnitude of taxpayers' impact and the proposed structural and financial changes, I believe it's prudent for the board to pause this action on any resolution until we have full transparency on performance, expenditures, and outcomes. I'm not sure why this has come forward to us. I don't have all the information, but this will ensure that any decision made going forward is based on measurable results, clear accountability, and a complete understanding of whether Finney County is receiving the appropriate value for its transient guest tax investments. And finally, I think it's prudent for us as a commission, we have a lot of outside agencies that we fund. They report to us, we give the funds, and we don't hear anything from them. I think it would be prudent for us to consider having a quarterly or biannual report from these entities to see, make sure we understand where our funds are going. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll turn over to the next.
Thank you. Commissioner Basque.
I have the pleasure of being this board's representative on Convention and Visitors Bureau, and so I attend their meetings. In my opinion, they're very transparent and very responsible with the dollars that they do receive. I have observed the staff provide all of the information that Commissioner Utes was asking for. So a lot of that information that he had mentioned is readily available already, which I believe CVB staff would be very open to providing that information to us if that was something that we needed. The board, in my observation, has been very responsible in hearing and considering requests for expenditures of those funds. I've seen them debate, requests for $1,000 or $2,500 very thoroughly and responsibly. My other concern is that we have other outside agencies, which CVB is a part of, that every one of them, I went through and looked at all of those outside agencies' budget requests. Every one of them completed the same financial report that the county required. And on none of those requests did we ask any of those agencies, nor did any of them provide any detailed information about salaries paid to staff, any specific breakdowns of conferences or training that they were going to. And so in my opinion, if we're going to ask one agency to do it, we should ask all agencies to do it. And there are a few of those outside agencies that their funding requests are similar or more, and we don't request that from them. So I think that before we call out one particular agency, we should ask them and all agencies to provide that detailed information. I also looked at those and realized that the cash reserves, for example, CVB, are fairly equal to, or there's other outside agencies that have greater cash reserves than what CVB has. So in my opinion, attending their meetings, I don't see anything different than what any of the other outside agencies provide or are asked for. And if this board has any questions or concerns about, well, I'm on CVB, I'm on the Fair Board, and I'm also on the Extension Board. If you have any thoughts or concerns about any of those, you could ask me and I'll share with you what my observation is. And my observation is with CVB that I believe they're a professional, responsible organization and that there is no need for any changes in structure unless we're going to change structure for all of our outside agencies. And so when we get ready to, I'll be making a motion for alternative 3 that we don't change a thing.
Commissioner Schultz.
I wasn't here sitting in this chair in 2013, but a fellow to my right was. And if everybody will remember, this was the time in which we took CVB out of the chamber with a lot of community involvement and discerning judgment. And so I'll defer to Senior on what was intended with the charter resolution in 2013. And my observation is that we, as the Board of County Commissioners, we need to be doing our job that is in the existing charter resolution. And that oversight seems to have diminished over time into a 15-minute presentation on budget issues at budgeting time. So there's maybe a way that we can make sure that we're doing our work under the existing charter resolution. And everybody in the room knows, and I've said this more than once, just because this is the way we've always done it, is not a reason to look at what we can do better. And sometimes change doesn't need to happen. But sometimes we need to evaluate what we're doing and whether we're doing it the most efficient way. Our taxpayers expect us to do our job under the existing charter resolution. And if we're not doing it, we need to review it. So I would ask Commissioner Jones to give us a little bit of history and his thoughts, because I will rely on the commissioner that's assigned to this board and the guy that was sitting here in 2013.
You're counting on my memory being pretty good.
Well, Senior, I think that you have a great deal to offer for history, because there's plenty of people in the room that were in Garden City in 2013, but not many of them that were very attentive to the governance that was requested.
I think basically what we wanted to do at that time was just to separate the CVB from the chamber. And CVB operates on their own funding source, which we all know is bed tax. I have a couple questions. I guess mine are for Kevin. All these complaints that our chairman read today, have any of those people been to one of your board meetings and expressed them?
No, and I haven't specifically heard what complaint, I mean, what is the main concern other than they feel like there needs to be some oversight? Oversight of what? I don't know what specific, I haven't heard any specific complaints. Are people saying we're mismanaging, or that they're mismanaging, or that they're not properly using money? I don't know. All I know is when I go to the meetings, all of their activities that they've done for the previous month are spelled out. The training that they go to, the conferences that they go to are spelled out. The board hears that, approves expenditures, and I haven't heard anything negative about the operation of the agency.
Well, that's my first question. Second question is, do they publish their audits?
They're audited through our audit. If you heard this morning, Kristen
Yeah,
said that CVB is.
They audit them.
I'm sorry?
They audit them like they do us.
Not as detailed, but they are a part of our audit.
Okay. Well, maybe that's something we should request.
But I'm guessing they're probably audited the same way all of our other outside agencies are audited? Similar? Yeah.
I am the Finney County Executive Director. My name's Roxanne Lansing. Yes, we are a part of the county's audit. I don't know that your other outside agencies are a part of your county audit, and we have continually had no deficiency. We have, as the county has had management recommendations and addressed all those recommendations per the audit that we get. You already do get a published audit from us. It is a part of a page in your current audit. So yes, we are a part of you, and we are currently being accountably financial to the Charter 1/2013. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to help.
The only other agency audited with Finney County is the library. All the other agencies would be responsible for their own audits.
Comparing them to other agencies get funds elsewhere too, not only from us. And these folks don't. It all comes from one tax.
Well, except for the library. The library basically gets all theirs from us too.
But, so I think we just need to ask for more information if we're concerned about the operation and more clarity. Changing something that doesn't appear to be broke, every one of the people that work with them, all the events, had no complaints as far as I could see. And so that's like government looking for a solution to create a problem for a solution.
And might I add, those people who have complained, I would love to ask them to come into the office and visit. As I've stated with you before 100 times, anytime that there's any concern or any operational issue, or even that you didn't get what you thought you needed out of our office, come in and have a discussion with me. We may not always agree, but I am happy to have the conversation and explain to you why those decisions were made. So we are an open meeting. It's published on our website, and we're happy to have anybody.
Madam Chair.
Yes, thanks, Roxanne. Thank you. Yes, Commissioner.
Commissioner Oots, on your, was it 7 or 8 points?
I crossed one out, so it may be 7 points.
Well, I know that Commissioner Basque is itching to make a motion to do alternative 3, but I'm wondering if we ought to do something that maybe it isn't on our schedule, which is ask staff to address the 7 points that you made and report back to us before the end of the year, or at least in time to have a discussion, say October or so, with that comparative analysis of what you want, and we could make a better or a more informed decision.
I think that'd be a great idea. I think it'd be best if we try to do it before we finalize our budget, Mr. Schultz, that way.
Excuse me, I do have some comments before we get too far along the path here. So to answer the questions that were brought up, I do not have a personality conflict with anybody. I get along with everybody at CVB. I hear the positive from, people within your organization and from people that you've assisted, but I also hear the negative, and I know there are positive and negative all the time. I get a lot of questions, and that prompted me to look into how are these things being handled. And when I found the charter resolution, it shows that we are clearly not abiding by our own charter resolution. We clearly are not. That's what brought this whole thing up. We have to do something to correct that. I'm not trying to pick on CVB. I'm going through the same thing with the library right now. Very similar issue in that the way that we say that we're going to do it is not what we're actually doing. That's what brought this whole thing up. In order to not allow it to migrate again, like it did, to where we have no oversight, I thought it might be best, as did staff, to bring it under our roof, that we have the oversight right here. We could still contract with CVB for events. But we really need that control to be at the control of the Board of County Commissioners. We know that they are looking into how this money, at the state level, how this money is being spent. We know that we're going to come under scrutiny. We also know that there are a lot of ways that those funds might be used toward basically putting heads in beds, which is what the transient guest tax dollars are all about. And I believe that the county commission has probably a better idea about things that are on the horizon and maybe some ways that could be better used. Those dollars, although they're not property tax dollars, they are tax dollars, and they are under our administration. We are responsible for how they get spent. That's what I'm trying to say, is we need to be responsible. We need to make sure that we have clear oversight, that when I look at what our charter resolution says and what CVB actually has for the way that they're running things is not the same, even to how board members are appointed and how long the terms are. There's just been some things that have migrated over the years. Transparency is an issue among, many of our outside organizations, which I might mention that, as our accountants told us this morning, CVB and the library are not outside organizations. So just so that that is clear to everybody up here, they are directly under the control, or supposed to be directly under the control of the county commission, and have not, the CVB has not been for years. And I'm not saying that anybody has done anything wrong. I just think that there's been a migration away from how this is supposed to be handled. And I just think that we need to rectify that. That's what brought this whole thing up. So, any other comments?
I just think that if we're going to manage and control all of our agencies that receive tax dollars from us, that every one of them.
This is not an agency.
I'm just in general speaking about an organization. Okay, any organizations that receive tax dollars from it, whether it be transient tax or mill levy tax like the library, or property taxes like SDSI or Russell Child Development Center or Economic Development, that
Right now, the only two that compare, Kevin, are the library and CVB.
Well, I'm just saying that organizations that receive tax dollars, if we're going to ask one to provide additional information, we ask everybody to provide additional. Okay, we have a difference of opinion. I just think that if we're going to hold one accountable, we hold everybody
And
accountable.
I don't disagree, Kevin. I think that we need to increase accountability and transparency all across the board.
Okay.
With outside agencies as well as those that are directly under the county supervision.
Okay, well, I'm going to make a motion that we approve alternative 3.
Is there a second? And motion dies for lack of a second. Do we have any other motions?
I move the board provide alternative number 4 and do the alternative policy direction regarding governance structure. And keep in mind the 7 points addressed by Commissioner Oots incorporated into this motion by reference.
I'll second that motion.
Very good. We have a motion and a second. Any other comment? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. And that motion carries. Thank you, gentlemen.
Madam Chair, I will provide Derek with those 7 bullet points so that they don't have to go back.
Numbered paragraphs.
Provide them to all of us?
Numbers and bullets.
Would you provide those to all of us?
Yeah, I'll have to revise
Okay.
because I crossed out.
The revised
bunch of stuff.
version. Very good. All right, item 6E.
The Board of County Commissioners is asked to consider and approve increasing Finney County's transient guest tax rate from 6% to 8% effective January 1st, 2027. Direct staff and legal counsel to prepare the necessary resolution documents. Background: transient guest tax is a visitor-generated revenue source paid by guests using hotels, motels, tourist courts, and other qualifying lodging accommodations. The tax imposed in addition to sales tax and is intended to help local governments reinvest.
Excuse me, Derek, hold on.
She's asking a question. I can hear.
Okay, go ahead.
The tax imposed in addition to sales tax and is intended to help local governments reinvest visitor-generated revenue into activities, facilities, and partnerships that increase visitation, overnight lodging demand, convention and event activity, and tourism-related economic activity. Kansas statute authorized counties and cities to levy transient guest tax for the promotion of tourism and conventions under the state statute framework. The tax may be used for convention and tourism promotion, which includes marketing to visitors, group tours, pleasure travelers, association meetings and conventions, trade shows, corporate meetings and travel, and support for activities and organizations that encourage increased lodging occupancy. The Kansas Legislative Division of Post-Audit recently reviewed the use of transient guest tax revenues in Manhattan, Overland Park, and Wichita. While the audit focused on cities, it is useful guidance for counties because it underscores 3 important principles. 1, transient guest tax revenues are restricted public funds. 2, local governments often use home rule to establish rates and allowable uses beyond the state statute. And 3, broader local authorities should be paired with clear documentation, transparent fund accounting, and evidence that expenditures are tied to tourism-related purposes. Finney County currently collects a 6% transient guest tax from individuals staying in qualifying lodging facilities within the county. The county's current 6% rate has been in place since 2010, when the Board of County Commissioners approved increasing the rate from 4% to 6%. Since that time, tourism opportunities, regional event competition, facility needs, construction costs, and demand for visitor-serving infrastructure have continued to increase. At the March 16, 2026 Board of County Commissioners, Chair Vicki Gurman requested the discussion regarding the county's transient guest tax program and opportunities to strengthen tourism investment within the community. Recent collections indicate sustained growth in transient guest tax revenues exceeding $1 million annually since 2022. So as you can see in the table listed in the memo, how the transient guest tax has increased year over year. Based on recent collections, 1% of transient guest tax generates approximately $180,000 annually. Increasing the rate from 6% to 8% could generate approximately $360,000 in additional annual visitor-generated revenue, depending on lodging activity. Kansas law generally sets a 2% statutory rate cap for transient guest tax. However, the Transient Guest Tax Act has repeatedly been treated as non-uniform for home rule purposes. Kansas Attorney General Opinion 2024-02 concluded that Sherman County could use county home rule authority to exempt itself from portions of KSA 12-1693 and 12-1697. Earlier Attorney General Opinion similarly recognized that the transient guest tax statutory scheme is non-uniform for cities and may be modified through home rule. Because the county already levies a rate above the statutory 2% cap, and because the proposed increase would move the rate to 8%, the county should update its charter resolution to clearly identify the statutory provisions from which it is exempting itself and the substitute provisions that will govern instead. Staff recommends a limited and transparent home rule approach. Preserve the state statutory framework wherever possible and deviate only where necessary to authorize the local rate and clarify eligible tourism-related uses of the funds. A review of the comparable Kansas communities demonstrates that several communities currently levy transient guest tax rates at or above the proposed 8% rate, including, according to the Kansas Department of Revenue transient guest tax rates and effective dates report effective April 1st of 2026, Dodge City is at 8%, Shawnee County is at 7%, Derby is at 8%, Hutchinson is at 7%, Goddard is at 9%, Liberal is at 6%, Great Bend is at 6%, and Hayes is at 8.25%. Increasing the county's transient guest tax rate to 8% would align the county more closely with the Kansas communities that are actively investing in tourism development, facilities, events, and visitor attraction. The proposed increase would provide additional dedicated funding for investments designed to increase overnight stays, attract regional events, improve visitor-facing infrastructure, support community attractions, and strengthen the county's position as a regional destination. Potential opportunities include improvements to the Finney County Fairgrounds and exhibition facilities, events and sports tourism support, visitor parking and wayfinding improvements, cooperative destination marketing, support for events and organizations that generate overnight stays, development of new visitor amenities, and partnerships that encourage additional lodging and tourism-related investments. The proposed increase would use visitor-generated revenues to strengthen tourism assets and economic activity without increasing the county mill levy or requiring additional property tax support. So there are 3 alternatives for the Board of County Commissioners to choose from. 1, the Board of County Commissioners may approve increasing Finney County's transient guest tax rate from 6% to 8% effective January 1st, 2027, and direct staff and legal counsel to prepare the necessary resolution and/or charter resolution documents. 2, the Board of County Commissioners may deny increasing Finney County's transient guest tax rate from 6% to 8% effective January 1st, 2027, and maintain the existing 6% rate. 3, the Board of County Commissioners may give staff further direction regarding the proposed transient guest tax rate increase, that January 1st, 2027 implementation timeline, tourism priorities, or additional information desired for further consideration. It is staff's recommendation that the governing body approve alternative 1, that the Board of County Commissioners increase Finney County's transient gas tax rate from 6% to 8% effective January 1st, 2027, and direct staff and legal counsel to prepare the necessary documentation. Increasing the transient guest tax rate from 6% to 8% effective January 1st, 2027 would provide additional dedicated visitor-generated revenue to support tourism promotion, visitor attraction, convention and event activity, tourism-related infrastructure improvements, and strategic destination investments. Staff further recommends that any rate increase be incorporated into a replacement charter resolution that preserves the state statutory framework where possible and clearly identifies only those statutory provisions from which the county is exempting itself, together with the substitute provisions that will govern Finney County's local transient guest tax program. The fiscal impact is the proposed increase would not affect the Finney County mill levy and would not require additional property tax revenue. Based on recent collection trends, the proposed increase could generate approximately $360,000 in annual or an additional annual transient guest tax revenue beginning in 2027, depending on lodging activity. Revenues would continue to be deposited in a dedicated special revenue fund and restricted to eligible tourism, convention, visitor attraction, destination development, visitor serving infrastructure, and other tourism-related purposes authorized by Finney County's replacement charter resolution and annual budget process. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Derek on this one? Hearing none, do we have a motion? Oh, wait a minute, I do have one question before we do that. Is Rick Cant still here? Yes. Rick, would you come up to the microphone for me, please?
Yes,
Thanks for coming this morning. You mentioned that you thought this would place a burden on hoteliers, and how would that burden you if this were raised?
Right, yeah, so basically, me and my dad, we have 2 independent hotels, and that's the hotels we've had for a super long time. I've owned the National 9 independent hotel. It's, and my dad's Garden City Inn. They're like more of a budget-friendly hotels. We have the lower-end clientele. They're on a fixed budget too, like, you know. Basically, we have another hotel, which is a franchise hotel. There's bigger companies who have bigger budgets. They can afford maybe a portion of the tax height. But on a smaller hotel, we have weekly rates. Like my hotel right now, most of them on a $50 rate, on a weekly rate, which is the lower rate because it's cheaper at the National 9 Inn. A lot of my customers, I don't think they'll really, basically will be able to afford. I guess one example is 2 weeks ago, there was a customer, I told him this is going to be the room price for the stay, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. He wasn't able to afford it, and he asked me for a favor, can I sleep in your parking lot in my car? And I felt like it was kind of wrong, so I did discount the rate, and that extra portion came out of my pocket. So basically, the independent hotels will have a very hard time justifying that 2% increase. It's just going to basically come from our pocket.
Okay, so I was under the impression that it was challenging for people who are long-term tenants, but you do understand that after 28 days they're not.
Yes. So basically, after 28 days, they do become tax exempt. But we have mostly weekly rate, like the windmill people coming to stay. They might stay for a week or 2. When the job's done, they'll move out, and then recently the meat processing plant. We had few of those guys too. Like the electricians might come in, stay for a few weeks. We do have few customers. Yes, stay for 2 months or so. And those ones, they do get exempt after 28 days, yes, yeah.
Okay, very good, thank you.
Thank you.
I think the other thing that I would like this board to be aware of is that if we increase it to 8%, we're with the county and city sales tax rate on top of that, you're at about 18, well, currently about 16%, but if we increase it by 2%, we're at approximately 18% for those that come in and stay at our hotels. Although, in the very beginning, I was a proponent of this particular idea from going to 6 to 8%, and having the extra pay for some of our things that would be tourism related, like the the exhibition building. Sorry, I'm still going off old terminology, but since I've been on this board and some of the comments that you heard expressed today by the hotel owners, I think they've kind of changed my mind about that particular mindset, although there could be some discussion at a later time about something like that. But I just wanted to let you know kind of what my thoughts were about that particular concept.
Yes, Commissioner Schultz.
One of the concerns that I have is that to raise the rate for the purpose of raising the rate doesn't satisfy my baseline, which is no new taxes. I'm not running for president and so forth. And those no new taxes thing, you shouldn't ever get into one of those until you first have to sit in this chair and balance the needs of your employees and people and the services that are required of us versus the unending burden of taxes. That being said, I think with our last motion made, we're going to compare that thing, and I'm not excluding an increase, but for now, I'm not ready to vote for one because we haven't examined it fully. And if we have those comparisons in October and there's a demonstrated need, not just a want, but a need, then we can make that decision when we're much more fully informed.
Any other?
I would echo Commissioner Schultz's sentiments on that. I think we need to see what our wants and needs are and what we would use this 2% increase for. Wichita failed miserably on their tax increase because they didn't have a good plan in place for it. And I think before we ask our hotelers to do an increase, I have ideas what we could do with it, and CVB and need at the fairgrounds and that, but I think we need to really look at what are the needs and where would we use it, and would it bring more heads and beds? So I think pausing this and put it under the previous one would probably behoove us to follow.
My perspective on this is that I think there's been a general misunderstanding of what transient guest tax dollars are eligible to be used for. They can be used for economic development issues such as the exhibition building and the parking lot, which I get complaints about all the time. It's old, it's needs repairs, it's in dire need of parking lot correction. This is a way that I saw that perhaps we could do some of these things that will increase tourist activity into Finney County. We know that it will. We heard our budget request from our fair board, from Tiffany, that if you want to just do a 4-H thing, then the current budget will allow that. If you want something bigger, and she believes it can be bigger, and I do too, there's got to be more funding. And I hear, Commissioner Schultz over here going, we're going to stay flat, we're going to stay flat. And we hear that all the time. Meanwhile, costs go up, and we have to figure out this balancing act of how do we pay for everything that needs to be done. We are very limited as a county. Cities, they have ways of raising funds that we don't. So we have to get more creative about how can we take care of some of these things that need attention without raising property owners' taxes. And this was a way to potentially maybe start realizing some of those things. If we could use this extra amount to try to, cover some of those things. And that, you know, was in last year when we went through our, you know, what do we want to accomplish? That was one of the things. It's like, how can we bring additional funding in? We've got to figure out alternative funding. One of the main things is going to be expanding our tax base. And we look at these big projects that want to come in, and, you know, I see that as, wow, that could be, you know, that could save our community. However, it could also create a big problem for our community if it's not done correctly. We've worked really hard on a process to make sure that we do it responsibly and correctly. That's the reasoning for the proposed 8%. I wouldn't be opposed to putting that on hold until after we revisit the issue with the transient guest tax, and we can, you know, maybe visit with other members of the community, other hoteliers, and see if it really is going to be a burden on them, if we could, you know, compromise at 7%, or if we really just don't want to go that route and figure out another way to pay for things. Yes?
Madam Chair, you know, I agree with you. I think everyone that's sitting at this table can say we need to do something at the fairgrounds and the three-eye lot. I'm old school too, sure. We need to do something, but, you know, what do we do with the parking lot? Do we put asphalt, concrete? Because stakes get put down in the ground. So I think the plausible way to do that before we decide on increasing, the voters want to know what we're going to use these funds for. And I think a strategic plan on what do we want that fairground building to look like? What do we want that parking to look like? And a potential cost estimate so that we can, you know, I don't know if the first 2% in 1 year will pay for the whole project, and we'll have to figure out funding and how to pay that back. So I think we need a strategic plan in place on what we're going to do.
Yes, Commissioner Jones.
One final comment. We witnessed what happens when you have a sales tax proposal and don't have a plan. It's easy. You know, let's get our policy right first. Let's don't get the cart before the horse even shows up. Let's get our policy right, and then we'll come back and talk to them. Because with the people that are collecting it, says it's a burden, and I guarantee you we've got all these new facilities that were coming online. Why not be lower in your guest tax and get more folks excited about coming here? That's my idea of marketing, and I'm no marketing expert, let me tell you that right up front. So,
Do you take that into consideration when you travel, how much their transient guest tax is?
yeah, different hotels, when you stay in different areas, when you're in like if you go to Nashville for large conventions, you kind of look around and say, well, they're going to charge you this for parking, and this one is no parking. You know, those are just items that you kind of look at.
The transient guest tax would.
I know, it's a flat. But it's, no, not in all cities it isn't.
I never even, it's like if you got to stay at a hotel, you stay at a hotel.
When I did all my travels, when I worked under the entity with Department of Justice, we had a per diem, and it wasn't, we had to look at the flat hotel rate through GSA, and the rest of it, all the other taxes that were, it got paid for, but it didn't count on which hotel it was, which hotel allowed that rate.
Okay, do we have a motion?
With all that said, Madam Chair, I move the commission to alternative number 3, to direct the staff to undertake the 7-point direction of Commissioner Utz's presentation as indicated and incorporated by reference regarding the proposed transient guest tax rate, implementation timeline, tourism priorities, or additional information desired or for further consideration with a report back to us by the second meeting in October.
I'll second that.
Will that be in time for the
Budget.
budget?
No, it will not.
No.
That's too late, yeah.
But our budget will be set, and we can always redo the resolutions if need be. We can always add the 2% if need be, or 1%, or do nothing. I think we'll be
It's a
all right.
previous motion, did we,
We said October.
and you thought it might not be soon enough?
Yeah, but I think we're okay.
Okay.
I think, or Derek, let me ask you.
That will be fine.
Okay.
All right, any other comments? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. And that motion carries. Thank you, Derek.
Thank you.
And it is 11:07-ish. I'm gonna take another break until 11:15. call us back to order. Remember to turn your microphones on if they're not already.
Thank you.
And item 6F, the final plat for Country Acres. Looks like Dante.
Good
We
morning.
haven't seen you in a while.
It has been a while. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners. My name is Dante Thompson. I'm a planner with Neighborhood Development Services. And ProState Surveying requests approval of the Country Acres Addition Phase 2 final plat on behalf of the property owners. The site is generally located at the intersection of Farmland Road and County Acres Road and is currently zoned RR Rural Residential District. Phase 2 contains 4 lots ranging in size from 1 acre to 3 acres. Building permits have been issued for lots 2, 3, and 4, while Lot 1 contains an existing single-family home. Lots 2, 3, and 4 are serviced by city water services and private on-site sewer systems, while Lot 1 is serviced by all private on-site water and sewer systems. The developer intends to alter the phasing and begin what is now known as Phase 2. As a result, site plan approval, the Planning Commission's recommendation, and governing body's approval are required. The plat was presented for a second submittal review on May 8th, 2026, and was determined to meet regulations. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the plat at their May 2021 meeting. There are 2 alternatives in front of you. The Board of County Commissioners may approve the Country Acres Phase 2 final plat, or 2, the Board of County Commissioners may not approve the final plat. And staff recommends adopting the Planning Commission's recommendation by approving the final plat. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys have.
Thank you, Dante. Any questions or comments?
I would make a motion that we approve alternative 1, the Board of County Commissioners approve Country Acres final plat.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. And that motion carries. Thanks, Dante.
Thank you, guys.
Item 6G, Resolution 20-2026 and 2026-15. Mackenzie.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Mackenzie Phillips, Director of Planning and Development. This morning, the Board of County Commissioners is asked to consider and approve the adoption of Resolution 20-2026 to rezone the property generally located at 1095 East 6 Mile Road in Finney County, Kansas. The applicant and property owner, Mark Dahl, is requesting to rezone approximately 3.31 acres of the property generally located at 1095 East 6 Mile Road in Finney County, Kansas, from A Agricultural District to RR Rural Residential District. There is an existing home and an accessory structure on the property. The property is currently undergoing the plat approval process. The owner would like to add a garage addition on the west side of the existing home on the property. Due to the location of the lot, the proposed garage addition would not have met the minimum side yard setback requirements for the A Agricultural District, which is 50 feet, or the RR Rural Residential District, which is 20 feet. In order to comply with the minimum side yard setback requirements of the zoning regulations, the owner is replatting the property to allow for additional land on the west side of the home. Within the A Agricultural District, in accordance with Section 4.02011, no parcel of 40 acres or less may be subdivided if it is vacant or currently used for agricultural purposes, unless the property is rezoned to a new zoning district. This includes corners of existing crop circles. During the plat review process, the applicant was notified that the property must be rezoned before the plat can be approved. The applicant must complete the site plan review and rezone process before the plat can be recorded at the Register of Deeds. The Finney County Future Land Use Map designates this area as agricultural. However, the A Agricultural District requires a minimum lot size of 40 acres, so a residential zoning district is more appropriate. The property is currently non-conforming because it is less than the minimum lot size requirement within the A Agricultural District. Section 22-100 of the Finney County zoning regulations allows for the maintenance and repair of non-conforming uses as long as such repairs shall not be construed to mean major remodeling, restoration, or replacement. Such repairs will not usually extend the life of the structure and will not exceed $2,500 or 10% of the total appraised value by the Finney County appraiser, whichever is greater, nor increase the degree of nonconformance. To bring this property into conformance, it will need to be rezoned to a residential zoning district. The Board of County Commissioners may make its findings in accordance with the criteria outlined in section 27.040 of the Finney County Regulations. Below is a complete list of these criteria. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the rezoning request on May 21st of 2026, and an excerpt from the meeting minutes is attached. The Board of County Commissioners may adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation by adopting resolution, or there are three alternatives before you this morning. First, the Board of County Commissioners may adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation by adopting Resolution 20-2026. Second, the Board of County Commissioners may override the Planning Commission's recommendation by a 2/3 majority vote. Or three, the Board of County Commissioners may return the recommendation to the Planning Commission with a statement specifying the basis for the governing body's failure to approve or disapprove. And staff recommends alternative one, the Board of County Commissioners adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation by adopting Resolution 20-2026. And I'm available for any questions.
Mackenzie, is the applicant or representative here today?
Yes, Mark Dahl is here.
Mark, do you have anything you'd like to say? Come on up.
He probably sat here all morning going, this is taking a while.
So I don't have anything to add. It's actually not zoned correctly. I don't know why. We're just correcting the way it should have been to start with.
Okay, very good. Thanks for coming and hanging out.
Yep.
Any other questions or comments?
I would like to make a motion, alternative one, the Board of County Commissioners adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation by adopting Resolution 20-2026.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. And that motion carries. Thank you, Mackenzie. 6H, another resolution.
Yes. This morning, the Board of County Commissioners is asked to consider and approve the adoption of Resolution 21-2026 to rezone the property generally located at 1055 East 6 Mile Road in Finney County, Kansas. The applicant and property owner, Mark Dahl, is requesting to rezone approximately 5.1 acres of the property generally located at 1055 East 6 Mile Road in Finney County, Kansas, from A Agricultural District to RI Rural Industrial District. There is currently a large storage building on the property that is used by the owner as a farm shop and storage of equipment. This property is currently undergoing the plat approval process. The owner would like to add a garage addition on the west side of the existing home on the adjacent property to the east. Due to the location of the home on the lot, the proposed garage addition would not have met the minimum side yard setback requirements. In order to comply with the minimum side yard setback requirements, the owner is replatting both properties to allow for additional land on the west side of the home. Within the A Agricultural District, in accordance with Section 4.02011, no parcel of 40 acres or less may be subdivided if it is vacant or currently used for agricultural purposes, unless properly rezoned to a new zoning district. This includes corners of existing crop circles. During the plat review process, the applicant was notified that the property must be rezoned before the plat can be approved. The applicant must complete the site plan review process and the rezoning process before the plat can be recorded at the Register of Deeds. The Finney County Future Land Use Map designates this area as agricultural. However, A Agricultural District requires a minimum lot size of 40 acres. The current use of the property as a farm shop and equipment storage is consistent with the RI Rural Industrial District. The Board of County Commissioners may make its findings in accordance with the criteria outlined in Section 27.040 of the Finney County Zoning Regulations. And below is a complete list of these criteria. The Planning Commission recommend approval of the rezoning request on May 21st of 2026, and an excerpt from the meeting minutes is attached. So there are three alternatives before you this morning. First, the Board of County Commissioners may adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation by adopting Resolution 21-2026. Two, the Board of County Commissioners may override the Planning Commission's recommendation by a 2/3 majority vote. Or three, the Board of County Commissioners may return the recommendation to the Planning Commission with a statement specifying the basis for the governing body's failure to approve or disapprove. And staff recommends alternative one, the Board of County Commissioners adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation by adopting Resolution 21-2026.
Very good, and this is basically the same issue, just correcting the other side of it. Any comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I would make a motion for alternative one, the Board of County Commissioners adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation by adopting Resolution 21-2026.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay, and that motion carries.
Thank you.
Excellent. 6I, another resolution.
Good morning. Abigail Jarmer, Planning Technician. The Board of County Commissioners is asked to consider and approve the adoption of Resolution 22-2026 to rezone the property generally located at 7770 East Mary Street, Finney County, Kansas. The applicant and owner, David D. Crace, is requesting to rezone approximately 2.16 acres of the property generally located at 7770 East Mary Street, Finney County, Kansas, from A Agricultural District to RR Rural Residential District. This property is currently undergoing the plat approval process. There is currently a single-wide manufactured home on the property. The applicant is requesting to rezone the property to separate the manufactured home from the other home on the property. The applicant must complete the site plan review and rezone process before the Board of County Commissioners will consider approval of the parcel plat. The future land use map designates this area as agricultural. However, the A Agricultural District requires a minimum lot size of 40 acres, so a residential zoning district is more appropriate. Within the A Agricultural District, in accordance with Section 4.02011, no parcel of 40 acres or less may be subdivided if it is vacant or currently used for agricultural purposes unless properly rezoned to a new zoning district. This includes corners of existing crop circles. During the plat review process, the applicant was notified that the property must be rezoned before the plat can be approved by the Board of County Commissioners. The proposed RR zoning district allows for residential development. The Board of County Commissioners may make its findings in accordance with the criteria outlined in Section 27.040 of the Finney County zoning regulations, and below is a complete list of this criteria. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the rezoning request on May 21st, 2026, and an excerpt from the meeting minutes is attached. There are 3 alternatives before you today. The Board of County Commissioners may adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation by adopting Resolution 22-2026. 2, the Board of County Commissioners may override the Planning Commission's recommendation by a 2/3 majority vote. Or 3, the Board of County Commissioners may return the recommendation to the Planning Commission with a statement specifying the basis for the governing body's failure to approve or disapprove. And staff recommends alternative 1, the Board of County Commissioners adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation by adopting Resolution 22-2026. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? I know the applicant is here. He's been patiently waiting all morning. Would you like to address the commission?
I have a question which pertains to David Craze. I do have a question which pertains to the second plat, which is separate from this one, but it's already zoned rural residential. But I want to address this plat first, since they recommended this, and I'll just wait until you guys vote on this one before I address the second plat.
Okay.
Okay?
All right, very good.
I would like to make a motion that we approve alternative 1, Board of County Commissioners adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation by adopting Resolution 22-2026.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. And that motion carries. And 6J.
Hello again. The Board of County Commissioners is asked to consider and approve the Crace Edition parcel plat. Burt West with Pro Stake Surveying on behalf of the property owner, David D. Crace, is requesting to plat the Crace Edition generally located at 7770 East Mary Street, Finney County, Kansas. The property is currently zoned partially A Agricultural District and RR Rural Residential District. The plat contains 1 lot totaling 2.16 acres. The property must be rezoned before the plat can be approved by the Board of County Commissioners. There is currently a single-wide manufactured home on the property. The owner is requesting to plat the property to separate the manufactured home from the other home on the property. The second submittal of the parcel plat was presented for review on May 22nd, 2026, and was found to meet the minimum requirements of the zoning and subdivision regulations. The Planning Commission recommended approval of the parcel plat on May 21st, 2026, and an excerpt from the meeting minutes is attached. There are two alternatives before you this morning. The Board of County Commissioners may approve the parcel plat of the Crace Edition, or two, the Board of County Commissioners may not approve the parcel plat of the Crace Edition. And staff recommends alternative one, the Board of County Commissioners approve the parcel plat of the Crace Edition.
Okay, Mr. Crace.
No comments on this one here. I'll wait until you vote on this one, then I'll address the second plat if I could.
Okay,
Okay?
very good.
I would like to make a motion that we approve alternative one. Board of County Commissioners may approve the parcel plat of the Crace Edition.
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And that motion carries.
Could I address the second plat now?
Yes.
Okay, so it's already zoned rural residential on the remainder of the second plat. This first one took part of that plat out of that and took part of the pasture, the rural residential, or the ag. That's why we had to have it rezoned. This is already zoned, the second plat is already zoned rural residential. So can I go ahead and have that recorded as a second plat, or what kind of red tape or what kind of hoops do I got to jump through to get that done?
I'll direct that to staff.
Good morning again. Mackenzie Phillips, Director of Planning and Development. So I haven't seen that second plat to specifically talk about that. If you don't mind, could you go to the page with it that shows the plat? So part of the issue with this whole area was that it was originally the properties were split off without properly going through the proper platting procedure, the parcel plat procedure that we have in place. And because of that, it was zoned originally a agricultural district. And as you heard multiple times today, that land from the A agricultural district has to be rezoned if it's split off, unless there's an existing home there that's, I believe, older than 2006. And so because of that, that caused a few issues on this property where the pasture land is now less than 40 acres. And so because of that, we were able to get this one to be parceled off now while we work on the regulations to decrease that minimum lot size for within the A agricultural district to allow for Mr. Crace to parcel off some of those others as well. So that's just a little bit of a background on what happened with the specific property. So I've been working with Mr. Crace, Abigail has been working with Mr. Crace to try to get this solved for him. So we'll continue to work with him and try to get this issue solved.
Do you have a timeline, Mackenzie, on that, or?
Unfortunately, I don't at this point. As all of you are aware, that special use permit process really took a lot of the staff's time this year, so we haven't been able to focus on some of the other issues, such as this. But this is on our next on our list to try to get done. So, yes, I don't have a time frame at this point.
Okay, Mr. Crace, how big of a hurry are you in?
Oh, well, the pasture has been under 40 acres when my dad deeded and split the rural residential area off from the pasture to my sister and I. The pasture is at 37.45 acres. So it has been under 40 acres since 2013. It could have been, I don't know when they zoned that as rural residential, but at one time in the 80s, there was 4 houses out there, 3 mobile homes in the one house. And I do not know, and I don't know if they know, when it was ever zoned rural residential, the area that we're splitting off. If that was split off at that time, that could have been, the pasture's been under 40 acres since the 1980s. So is there a grandfather clause on some of this stuff, or what?
Well, it's probably grandfathered as it is, but you go making changes, and that's when the issue comes up. I'm assuming anyway.
Yes, Madam Chair, you're exactly right. So once the property owners do want to make changes, that's when the grandfather clause is no longer valid. And so going back to earlier this year as well, Mr. Crace and Bert West, which is his surveyor, did come before the board to ask for a waiver from the requirements to be able to plat out these lots without having to go through the rezones and without having to meet the minimum standards of the subdivision and zoning regulations. And the board at that time did direct staff then to look at the agricultural district minimum lot size, and then so that's when we've been looking at it since then.
Okay, Mr. Crace, is this like a family deal or something?
This is all family. My great-grandfather bought the ground in 1926. It's been in our family for 100 years. I got seventh generation living out there, my great-grandkids, and we're just keeping it within the family, and that's all I want to do.
Okay. All right, thank you so much.
Okay.
Mackenzie, are there any other alternatives that we could do to speed this up for him?
The only option that I could see at this point is to grant a waiver from the requirements for him to be able to do what he wants now.
Does anybody have any thoughts regarding a waiver?
Is that something we can do right now?
Without knowing the specifics about how big of an area he's going to be platting, and it would be my recommendation that you wait until you find out some of the specifics. You probably could grant a waiver right now, but
Could we have it by our next meeting?
we can work on it.
You should have all that from Bert West. You got all the pins and everything on what he's broken out for that second plat.
Yeah, we've received like preliminary drawings, not anything official though that has the details. It's more been a drawing with on an aerial for us to talk about. So
Yeah, I wouldn't want you to try to, on the fly, do that today, but if commissioners would like, maybe we could look at a waiver, potential waiver proposal and see if that's something that we might consider doing.
Madam Chair, you
Is there?
you served a lot of years on Planning Commission, but that plat needs to go to the Planning Commission before it comes to us. And the Planning Commission can't act until the plat's provided. Let's get the plat done, get it to the Planning Commission. We can go forward. That's how government gets in trouble when it tries to cut corners.
So I apologize, just to receive a little bit more clarification. So you would like for them to move forward with the plat through the Planning Commission with that waiver tied as a condition of the plat approval, or?
I didn't say that.
Okay,
Get your plat done, get it to the Planning Commission, bring it to us.
okay,
Well, we need that 40-acre waiver,
yeah.
or 40-acre change, I guess.
And that's what I'm saying. So as it goes through Planning Commission, they would make their recommendation to, like, if they decide to make their recommendation to approve it, they would approve it with the waiver, recommend approval of it with the waiver that, from the 40-acre requirement. And then that would go to the Board of County Commissioners for final approval.
And we'll look at it. Sounds good.
Sounds
All right.
good.
Do we need a motion to that effect, or just direct Mackenzie? Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Craze, apologize that this has taken so long, and we'll see what we can do.
I would have addressed the second plat, but I was told we couldn't do that. So can I get a waiver for the $250 fee to have to go back to the Planning Commission again on this second plat?
I don't know.
So the $250 fee that Mr. Crace is referencing is the rezoning fee. We don't have the same fee for the plats. The plats, I believe, it's $40, I believe, plus $10 per lot. It's something similar to that account. So that would be the fee and that covers our recording fees basically, because staff is responsible for recording those plats according to the subdivision regulations. So that goes to cover those costs.
Okay, so about $50.
That is okay with me.
All right, very good. Okay. Next we have, which one was that?
7A.
Was that I or J?
That was J.
That was J? Okay. So we have 7A?
Yes.
Staff reports, fire department. Good afternoon, almost afternoon.
Yes, it's getting there. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Cooper Wilson. I'm the training chief for the Garden City Fire Department, and believe we are about 5 months behind. It's been a while since I've been here, going through some staffing changes, and Chief Hersick and I are, neither of us are computer whizzes, so it took us a while to kind of get things going, and now we have a new admin assistant, and she's helping us out, so I'll just move. I have January through May, so.
Saying then that Aaron was irreplaceable?
It took us, it wasn't Chief Hersick and I that could replace her, that's for sure. Okay. I just have a few things to touch on each month, and then if it's all right, I can answer questions for each month as we go. If it's easier, and I'll like I said, I'll do my best. It's all the way back to January, so I've slept a couple times. So we had, for the community engagement, we had the Kansas Department of Revenue did a training at Station 3, some coffee with residents of the Garden Valley Retirement. We did a truck demonstration and fire safety education for the students of Gertrude Walker. You'll see most months are pretty close as far as the amount of fires. For whatever reason, I think Chief Hersick or I probably missed the alarms on this month. So, but for the most part, our calls, training, and inspections have stayed pretty steady. You'll see they're pretty much the same month to month. So, any questions for January?
No, I have questions for May.
I'll get there, I promise.
He's not there yet.
Or we can get there right now if you like.
Do you guys want him to go through month by month, or are you okay?
No? Okay.
I can read. But
Sure.
may I ask my question about May?
Absolutely.
How many kids did you have out at Fire Station number 3 during the month of May?
I don't have that number here with me, but just about every elementary school kid I think there is. Since we opened last July, man, it's almost been nonstop since then. They've been scheduling, so it's been great because I feel like we're seeing more kids than ever, because it used to be just those first few years of kids that you see, and then as they get older, it's not so cool anymore for them. But man, we've had the in-services, we've had the different parts of I think we had the school nurses all did their in-service there and kind of did a tour and looked. I mean, I think just about everybody from the school's district here has been through that, so it's been cool.
Keep up the hard work, because that's a model for everyone in the community to take advantage of the history of our fire department and the learning experience that you can have there. I would encourage everybody in the community to sign up for a program and get out there and see what the history is of our fire department and how proud we are of you.
Sure. Yeah, and Aaron did a great job setting the museum up. I think we have our older engine there on loan from the Kansas Fire Museum, but I mean it's only there for, I guess we don't have a scheduled in, but it will eventually go away. So I do suggest everybody get out and see it if they can.
Any other
questions
comments?
for me?
All right, thank
Made
you.
it easy for me. Thanks.
See you next month.
Item 7B, Economic Development Update. Lana.
Good morning, Chair and Commission. Just under the wire. All right, we obviously have a lot of stuff going on. I hope that you've all had the opportunity to go back and watch the last couple of months of Economic Development Board meetings on under the city's YouTube station, if you will. There's been a lot of good information on there the last couple of months. Anytime if you do watch those and you're interested in getting an actual copy of the slide decks that Shannon and or I or any of the other presenters are utilizing during those proposals, feel free to reach out. We'll be happy to send those to you. So I wanted to take a couple of minutes to answer to a couple of questions. Had a few calls at the end of last week that I want to be able to answer for you guys. So a couple of clarifications regarding FCEDC's role. Our adherence or non-adherence to open government laws, and kind of just a general overview of a timeline. So first of all, we do fully adhere to Kansas Open Meetings and Open Records Acts. We always have. Under my leadership, I've been there for 16 years. We've never not adhered to open meetings and open records. Our meetings are open to the public. They're held in the City Administration Center in the same room where the City Commission meets. They are broadcast live while they're happening, and they're recorded and put on YouTube so that folks can go back and watch those at any time. So fully open meetings. Door is always wide open when you get there. You're welcome to come in and ask for anything you're interested in. In fact, there actually was a 2001 Kansas Attorney General opinion, which Jerry will say, those darn attorney generals don't always know what they're doing, right? But we still take this seriously. So in 2001, there actually was a Kansas Attorney General's opinion specifically about Finney County economic development because of our model being kind of unique in the state of Kansas, because we were founded by the county, the city of Garden City, the city of Holcomb, and then the Garden City Community Colleges and other funding partners. So again, we recognize those are taxpayer dollars. That's why you get to see my smiling face once a month at the dais, and every meeting that you have representation from Finney County Economic Development. So again, all of us are abiding by the Kansas Open Records, excuse me, the Open Records Act. But as we all understand, there are limitations to what can be provided in regard to that. So once projects are public or going through a public process, that changes what can be discussed and what can be released, obviously. So might help to do just a quick kind of timeline of where we're at now. So our first contact from the Lone Bison Project, TED Renewables, they reached out to us in November of 2024 and just said they were looking at doing a project. They had not secured leases, none of that stuff yet at that time. They came out, met with commissioners in January of 25. Again, it was just preliminary information. They gave us a general idea of the area they were looking at and what size they hoped to be able to build, but really didn't give us any other specifics. They didn't apply for a permit. They weren't in a position to do that. So we didn't get into any further discussion with them until the new process documents had been designed for those energy systems. So with Triple Oak, they first reached out in August of 2025. We had a gentleman from their company reach out to us about whether or not we knew of anybody locally who might be a good community liaison for them as they considered and explored doing an energy project here. We made a few recommendations to them of folks who we knew would do that kind of work, either individuals or firms that they could contract with. The next time we heard from them was in September of 25, and at that time they asked that we set up a meeting to meet the Triple Oak team. So the first time any of us actually met the Triple Oak team was after September of 2025. So we haven't been talking to them for years, as some folks have questioned. And then obviously you all know that because these project types started emerging, we wanted to make sure that we had modern rules in place for your regulations. So we obviously worked in conjunction with your planning department, your legal counsel, and the contracted legal counsel to make sure that we were putting stringent requirements in place for these projects that fit what these new project types look like. So regarding data centers, I can tell you that it was in mid-December of 2025 was when we received the first notification from the Kansas Department of Commerce that there was an actual hyperscale facility that was interested in looking at Finney County. And then in the late December, right before Christmas, we received a second notification that another company was considering Finney County. So again, the first conversations we had at all were through the Department of Commerce, which is typical because for the state's incentive that SB 98 created for those, they have to be, quote, certified by the Kansas Department of Commerce before they can qualify for that sales tax exemption that they get for those projects. So those projects route through the Department of Commerce and then back to the communities they're interested in. The Department of Commerce was also very open with us that these two different hyperscale facilities were looking at multiple communities across the state. So it certainly wasn't just us that they were considering. But then you all remember that at our annual meeting on January 22nd, so a month later, the entire program was around the industrial energy systems and the digital infrastructure campuses. So literally within a month of having the first notification that we had projects interested in us, we were public with that information. We knew that there was going to be a lot of conversation around these types of projects. You know, we know you guys have taken heat because that people think you're trying to hide something by calling them digital infrastructure campuses. It's not that at all. It's just that there are various levels of what these data centers look like. And we told you early on, actually in January at the annual meeting, we said we were going to be referring to them as digital infrastructure campuses because they were different than old data centers or even the smaller data centers that get built today. So again, Telegram ran an article. There was pictures posted of the annual meeting. You all were there. It was open to the public, obviously. We wanted to start those discussions. Even though it was on the front page of the newspaper, I only received one communication from a public member, which was kind of sad. I had one gentleman write to me and send me some articles and said, hey, while you guys are looking at these, just take this stuff into consideration too. I know you guys are paying attention, but again, it did get published. We also had Greater Garden City do stories about it so that information got out to more outlets if folks don't take the time to read the newspaper. So again, just want to be sure that we're very clear. While there is nothing to report on the digital infrastructure campus and or data centers at this point, that's just because we haven't received any permit applications. And that information will all get brought out the same way it did with Triple Oak and Lone Bison if we have applications. And then another question that I've had a couple of times is, why don't we weigh in on social media? Why aren't we responding to comments on social media? Well, because that's not appropriate governance, right? Because we hold ourselves to a higher standard. We understand that even though when you're looking at your social media account, you think everybody agrees with me and everybody's seeing the same thing, everybody doesn't see the same thing. In fact, no two social media feeds look the same, right? It all depends on conversations you engage in, things you search for. So it's not fair to every community member for folks to comment and get into debates on specific social media feeds. That's just not appropriate because not everybody's getting the same access to information at the same time. That's why we rely on presenting to you in the public meetings in accordance with public agendas, and everybody has the opportunity to hear that information. So, again, not that we're not willing to have those conversations, but we're certainly not willing to have those conversations on a social media platform. That would be completely irresponsible. So we're not going to do that. Again, our role is really to serve as the conduit between the public sector and the private industry, whether that's businesses or individuals. The organization was designed specifically to serve that role here. And that was a decision made by the county, both cities, the Chamber of Commerce at that time was involved, and the community college. You guys have been talking about modernization of agencies. If you want to revisit that, I think that would be great. You just need to know that this is not, to Larry's point earlier, this is not a single, you are not a single point of fund, and just because you may be one of the larger, you are currently one of the larger funders, doesn't, you would need to work with the other taxing entities to make sure you do something. We would welcome that opportunity. I think, this organization and the way it was designed has served you well. Certainly, we've created a lot of growth. You saw that in your audit report. Had we not been creating the kind of growth we were, your mill levy would be in a very different place, or your level of services would be in a very different place than it is. That's just all there is to it, and the numbers bear that out. But we would welcome those conversations. To Jerry's point, just because we've always done something does not mean it's the way it's always got to be done, and we'd be more than happy to take part in that process. And then additionally, our board of directors, I had a phone call on this. Well, what does your board think of all this? Our board doesn't set policy. Our board doesn't determine what types of projects we go after. They don't say, you need to go get a dairy plant and you need to go put it on this property, and that just doesn't happen. The board of directors for FCEDC is an oversight board, so they're tasked. You appoint those members, the taxing jurisdictions appoint those members to ensure, number one, that we're taking good care of the fiscal resources that are entrusted to us, that we're investing those dollars in support of the primary goals of those taxing jurisdictions. So that's how those monies they provide those oversights of those monies. More importantly, what their job is to ensure that staff is responsive to the direction that we get from the taxing jurisdictions. So it is not out of the realm of possibilities that the county or the city of Garden City or the city of Holcomb would call and say, hey, we really need to get some projects that would let us make better use of this piece of land that we have, or that something that will, Holcomb has in the past, that what can we do to recruit more residential properties, because we don't really have a place, we don't have a main street or whatever. That's perfectly fine, but that's where we get our direction. We get our direction from you as the taxing entities. The board just makes sure that we're being responsive to you. So again, they're not making policy decisions. They don't negotiate with projects ever. The negotiations all take place with you all. They don't even have conversations about tax abatements or any of those types of incentives with projects. All of that comes to the governing bodies that we represent. So, from our standpoint, our responsibility is to help the community to prepare for economic opportunities responsibly, transparently, and in accordance with the laws that govern us all. So that's what we've done, and that's what we'll continue to do. We had another question about why we're hearing so much about data centers lately, and I think you guys have probably figured it out, but just in case you haven't, the demand is just insane, and the estimates for future demand are nothing but one of the news reports I listened to, those said pretty much the incline is straight up. It's not a gentle grade. It is pretty much straight vertical. So it isn't about the number of data centers, though. I think that's really important for people to understand. You look at a map and you say, well, we already have a bunch of data centers. We should be fine. Yeah, some of those were built in the 80s and 90s, right? And they support one specific little company, So it isn't about the number of centers, it's about the capacity of the centers. So I just wanted to give you guys just kind of a quick overview. Right now, the Americas, so North and South America, have about 43 gigawatts of capacity, and they're working, obviously, you're hearing all these conversations about additional capacity that they're working on. In some instances, they're saying, tens of gigawatts of additional capacity are being looked at. So that's why you see communities all across the country having these same conversations that we're all having, right? But each community should be having their own, because all of us have a different baseline that we're working with, right? China is moving very aggressively. The most recent analysis from them estimates that as of the end of 2025, they had about 32 gigawatts. Again, we have about 43 at the end of 2025. And they are projected to be at 40 gigawatts by the end of 2026. And it's likely they could exceed 60 gigawatts by 2030. So those are pretty big numbers. They're moving pretty rapidly. So when we're talking about these projects, again, it's not just us, it's happening everywhere. And I think our responsibility is to make sure that if they're going to be considered here, we're going to evaluate them, obviously, again, through a public, responsible, sound process. And finally, to that end, you're going to hear us talking about another data center zoning classification. So I wanted to give you the heads up on that. So we'll be working with the zoning administrators, county, and with the city's NDS office, because we're starting to really see motion in the small format and, quote, private data center growth. So for those are typically coming in like a small module that companies basically park in their parking lot. From pictures, they look a lot like air conditioning units that sit beside buildings. They're kind of that similar to that. But a lot of industries, especially banking, healthcare, agribusinesses, those types of industries are being approached right now to consider purchasing systems like that are smaller megawatts, but allow them to do their own data saving and their digital currency that they may be using, their artificial intelligence that they may be using. So those are going to come on scene, and I think we need to make sure that we have a plan for those too. So again, there'll be some other term used for those, because a data center does not encapsulate all of the different things. So we'll likely have to come up with some other clever name for those, and that is what they will be. They will be, yes, a data center, but not obviously anything comparable to a hyperscaled facility. So happy to answer any other questions I can for you guys, but I just wanted to give you kind of a quick update so you weren't surprised by anything.
Commissioner Schultz.
Lana, it's hard to work to develop concepts and ideas and yet try to meet the demands of those who want to know everything. And I would encourage you to continue the course that you have taken over the last 16 years and be the catalyst for economic growth in our community. And there are going to be distractions and distractors, but don't be discouraged by them. Instead, embrace the fact that they have the right to ask for information, and we have the duty to respond.
250 years of that, right, my friend?
Correct, and I'm going to blow
We're going to celebrate that.
on 4th of July, and my neighbor's dogs are going to be upset. I just want to state that we have not found the limits of our ability to grow our community. And we were all handed, those sitting on this side of the bench, an incredible economy. It doesn't mean we can't make it better. So keep up the hard work.
Thank you. Appreciate that. And we're not distracted. Don't worry. We have so many people who come into the office and they say, I heard people were saying mean stuff about the county. We just want you to know we appreciate what you're doing. We know you guys are working hard, and you've never told us a lie. So there's a lot of positive people. I know you guys are getting that feedback too. It's fine. But I do want people to understand we certainly do take it seriously that people know what we're doing with their tax dollars. So we always want to be responsive to that. Anything else or any other projects you have had questions or concerns about? If you haven't driven by the apartments on Palace, you should take a drive by there. Those are coming together nicely.
Personal tour, yeah.
Well, if you guys want a tour, you let us know. You what?
Are you on top floor renting?
I know we should be. I think they're saying July 1st. They're hoping that they actually have some ready for occupancy. But yeah, if you all want to take a look at them again, we got moderate income housing money from Kansas Housing Resource Commission to help pay for those. So it's pretty exciting to have some of those coming online. And we are having good conversations with more multifamily folks and more of what we all consider kind of the entry-level housing. So fingers crossed that we stay on top of housing, because it's still a big problem.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Lana.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
And Derek, do you have anything for us today?
I do not have anything to report on. However, I want to notify the board that there will be a work session for budget considerations July 6th and possibly a special session on July 13th.
On the 13th?
Yes.
Madam Chair, when would you call a special session for the 13th? We can plan.
A regular scheduled time, 8:30.
I think it's likely we'll be doing that.
Yes, we believe so.
July 6th after the commission meeting, we have a work session.
That's correct.
Okay. And department reports, I think you saw those upcoming meetings, and we have that. If the gals will put that up, there we go. And commissioner reports. Shall we start with senior today?
Oh. That's the only thing I have to report is we had a Hutton meeting at the EMS Health Department. Going great. We got 100 and some thousand in our owner contingency fund, which means we're under budget. And the landscaping looks, if you drive by, take a look, looks pretty good. And the architects are going to be here the 30th, isn't that right, Nolan? I think next 29th, 30th. Anyway, for their punch list, so we're getting real close.
Very good. Commissioner Schultz.
Madam Chair, I attended the Chamber breakfast and the Builders Association meeting, and once again, our vibrant economy is fun to be a part of with the Chamber breakfast and the people there gathered. Not a lot of new information, but some exciting things going on in our community. Builders meeting last Thursday, Matt Allen gave a presentation and a questionnaire. Obviously, McGowan was there to talk about new jail-detention facility and methodology for building to include a lot of subcontractors in that project. And as we all know, and so the public should know, that McGowan was chosen as the construction manager at risk under one of the auspices was that bidding by subcontractors would be covered bonding-wise by McGowan. And that saves our local contractors literally thousands and perhaps more in money that would otherwise just be smoked for the cost of bidding on this job coming up. And they gave the timeline to the contractors. One of the things that McGowan does is provide streamlined bidding information so that contractors can contact them direct about the bidding process and help them with their bidding, to give our local contractors the same information and available expertise that larger subcontractors from outside our community might have that we wouldn't have available here. So it puts our local people on more of an equal footing in that bidding process. And as we all know, the more competitive the bidding process, the likelihood that we can get a guaranteed maximum price that fits within our budget and fits within the bonding as authorized by the voters on a 75-25 vote in November last fall. And other than that, looking forward, I did attend the Senior Center board meeting, and I don't know whether we'll have the board meeting on the 18th. During our meeting here today, struggling to have enough members during vacation time in order to be able to have a quorum, so that's going to be determined. The senior center folks asked if there was going to be additional funding for outside agencies because each of our outside agencies, and except the senior center is no different, are running into an issue of whether they have sufficient funds to keep up with the salary increases in our community. And of course, we as a county, we've been on a 3-year, 5% flat across the board increases. Our agencies, believe it or not, are having troubles with that because they can't keep up the same level of funding because their funding has not gone up the same 5%. And not speaking for the board, but I told the Senior Citizens Board that I didn't see additional funding in the 2027 budget. But as you know, that decision is not made by one member, but rather by us as a group. So that was the feedback from the Senior Citizens Board as to budget and budget issues, where they're at. And I don't have anything else to say other than August 4th, we have a constitutional amendment on the ballot. It's how we're going to choose our justices for the Kansas Supreme Court. It is not a local governance of the commission as to how people should vote on that, but this commissioner has a definite opinion, and I'll be expressing that in the community as it approaches.
Thank you. Commissioner Basque.
I just have one item to report on. I attended last week our monthly meeting for West Plains Extension District. I think as I had mentioned before, the Scott County Board of Commissioners voted to dissolve that district. That was part one, I found out. Part two was the district board voted last week to see if they agreed with the Scott County Commission. They voted to not dissolve the district. So basically it's a 1-1 tie, and now the decision goes to Kansas State. So Kansas State will decide if, I guess, they're going to allow the district to dissolve or not. The only thing that I asked representatives at the meeting from K-State was the sooner that they let us know, the better, so our staff can prepare budgeting, because we're in the budgeting process, in case we do have to fund a Finney County Extension District for next year. Hopefully they'll make that decision before July 1st. Derek, I'm not certain. They didn't give me a particular date. However, if K-State decides to go along with Scott County, that district will dissolve on January 1st. And so at that point, if it ends up being a Finney County Extension District, it will come in under us for funding. And I'm guessing that our staff will figure out what that funding will look like and where it will come from.
Thank you. Commissioner Utes.
Yes, I attended a meeting. I was invited to a meeting by Callie Dyer with Live Well. It was a meeting on, the reason I was invited, I helped create a opiate overdose drug task force probably 10, 15 years ago with the hospital, law enforcement, and our first responders. And the purpose of the meeting was to look at creating an overdose and suicide fatality review board, which is probably well needed in this community. And DJ Gearing, he's a public health analyst from Midwest HIDA, which stands for High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area, which Finney County is in that HIDA region. So we do have, we are connected with HIDA, our law enforcement is. But at the meeting was our sheriff, Chief Pruitt, Chief Ralston from Holcomb, Fire Chief, EMS was there, and there were a lot of stakeholders that weren't there, and I plan on meeting with Derek to see if he can help influence some of those and get some of the partners. There's an opportunity for some grant funding to maybe add a body up at the health department. Try to get Katrina at the meetings in the future, but it'll pay for an employee to help on data and so forth. And the purpose of it is to, unfortunately, after suicide deaths or opiate deaths, is look back at the data that was there, and did first responders, EMS, hospital, law enforcement, or mental health professionals, did we miss something, and help educate so we can try to respond appropriately. So I'll visit with Derek on it and get his perspective, but I think it's a great opportunity to help our community a lot more. So that was it on meetings. Side note, I should mention it as in our public comments, but I did receive a call from an elderly lady that's disabled that wanted to, she not only says something about some roads that need some improvement, but she gave a positive comment about our Finney County Transient Director and his staff on how much she and other disabled folks appreciate the assistance and patience and professionalism that they provide, not only her, but other disabled residents. And just, Derek, if we can pass that along to the director. I thought that was a very nice comment that was made from him. So, that's all I have.
Very good. I was able to tour the Kansas Food Bank, and if you haven't had the opportunity to do that, it's really interesting. Lisa Knoll is an excellent tour guide, and it's pretty impressive what they do there. I also attended a luncheon sponsored by the city for the KHSU Summer Immersion event. Met a lot of first-year medical students. That was actually really cool. They're interested in needs and communities like ours, and potentially even smaller. So that it was good to spend time visiting with them. Tomorrow, 2 o'clock, there is a groundbreaking event for the Garden City Community College Construction Trades building. So I encourage you to attend that if you're available. And just want to let folks know that the deadline for voter registration is July 14, so you've got a little bit of time, but don't put it off too long. Get registered to vote. And if the gals will scroll up on the screen there, you can see they're already marketing the fair. So that's exciting. That's going to be starting pretty soon too. That's July 16 through 25, Finney County Fair. I have a couple of things that maybe if some of our staff wouldn't mind. Derek, you had some exciting news about a basketball team?
Yeah, the Garden City Mini Buffs basketball team, second grade, got second place in the Wichita Summer Kickoff Tournament, so we're very proud of them.
Sweet. Yeah, that's awesome. And Erin had some exciting events. Is she with us over there?
She's stuck on her phone.
Erin Stillwagon?
Erin.
You want to tell us about your experience with the rhinos? Or shall I? Right?
My husband and I are proud supporters of the Garden City Endowment Association, and we had the opportunity to purchase a rhino excursion from Lee Richardson Zoo. We completed that excursion this past weekend and had a really great time. We got to hang out with Abayu. He's the 5-year-old, 2,500-pound rhino. And he painted me a picture. We hand-fed him vegetables, and the kids had a great time with it. So quite an experience, and super grateful that Lee Richardson Zoo allows us the opportunities to do things like that.
That was so cool.
It was very cool.
I really enjoyed seeing that. Thank you for sharing that.
You're welcome.
And lastly, I would like to wish a happy Father's Day to all the fathers who are here and all of our fathers in Finney County. We appreciate all that you do for your families. And with that, I think we have need for an executive session. We had two, I've canceled the excuse me, the second one, so we won't need that. So, Kara, how long do we need and with whom?
We will need that one executive session for the purpose of discussing matters of attorney-client privilege. We will need 20 minutes for that executive session. Within it, we will need the administrator, myself, Mackenzie Phillips. We will need our outside counsel for this one, which will have Trish Foth and Nick Keckley from Folston Siefkin, and then the board.
That's my motion.
And Lana
Second.
Duval?
No.
No? I would like to request that.
I don't know that that falls within this particular one.
All right, and
I second it.
very good. All in favor, and that was 20 minutes, so let's say 12:45. Give us a little bit of a break. Okay, we'll be back at 12:45.
Got to vote.
Vote.
Oh, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? And that carries.
You still have to vote, Madam Chair.
46. Do we have a motion to return to regular session?
So moved.
Second.
Third.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. And that motion carries. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
Excuse me, Madam Chair, would you
Oh,
please?
no action was taken, sorry.
And also that Commissioner Jones was recused from the.
Commissioner Jones did recuse from that meeting. Okay, now, motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. And we are adjourned.